Hello, Requiem Metal podcast listeners. This is Albert Mudrian, the founder and editor-in-chief of Decibel Magazine, and Decibel is honored to have Requiem Metal podcast as a sponsor of the 2025 Decibel Magazine Tour, featuring Mayhem, Mortis, Imperial Triumphant, and New Skeletal Faces. Tour kicks off in March, runs through April. For dates and ticket information, go to decibelmagazine.com, and thank you always for supporting the Requiem Metal podcast.
Hey, it's Chris from Mother of Graves here. I just wanted to share a few words about October Tide's Rain Without End with you. I mean, what a damn fine record. I'm going to be honest, I was a latecomer to this album, though. It wasn't on my radar when it came out, and for reasons unknown, I didn't end up discovering it until way later. But as anyone who already knows me, I've been a huge fan of early Catatonia for a long time. You know, they kind of lost me after Last Fair Deal kind of came out, but then when I stumbled upon October Tide's debut, it was such a surprise, man. I loved it. I absolutely love this album. I mean, it's a continuation of that early Catatonia sound to me that I love, but it's different enough stylistically and like with the songwriting to stand out as its own thing, in my opinion at least. You know, the album grabs me immediately, starting from like that mournful lead guitar line that starts 12 Days of Rain. And then they just start adding layers, you know, which they do often, which I love. Then Jonas's vocals come in, and they are just tortured and emotive throughout this whole album. It's a phenomenal vocal performance, in my opinion. You know, I love the guitar work on this album too. I'm a sucker for like the arpeggiated style riffs, and not all chug chug or traditional doom. I mean, I'm listening again right now, and I can definitely hear how they've influenced my playing on the Mother of Graves stuff. You know, I love it. You know, and while this album definitely dooms musically and emotionally, I love that there's like so many driving sections that you just can't help but like bob your head to and kind of have that smirk on your face. Anyway, I just love this album. It's got the hooks, it's got the melodies, it's got that melancholic atmosphere. It's got basically everything one could ask for in a melodic death doom album. I mean, it's fantastic. Anyway, cheers, y'all. Hope all's good. Later.
The rain I fear You just heard 12 Days of Rain and Blue Gallery from October Tide's Rain Without End album from 1997. This is Hidden 90s Death Doom Gems, curated by Albert Mudrian. This is the Rec Metal Podcast. I am Mark.
I'm Jason. Yeah, and this is part two of our little deep dive into some of the more obscure or lesser known Death Doom bands, like you just heard there with October Tide. We heard from Albert too at the very beginning of that, talking about the Decibel Tour that Requiem Metal Podcast and others are sponsoring, coming up here in March and April. If you're
We're
listening
keeping the
to
lights
this,
on for those guys. It's tough
that's it. I
doing a
know.
tour, you
I
know.
know. Yeah, so if you do listen to this in if it is 2025, early 2025, when you're listening to this, it's a tour to worth checking out. Otherwise, if you're listening to this years from now, this has no meaning for you. So, just ignore that little
That's a
tag.
thing. That's
So,
a thing we did. Yes.
yeah, it's a thing that happened. But I'm pretty excited. It's going to be fun. I really have gotten into, the fourth band, that is opening up. I'm drawing a blank, not Imperial Triumphant
New
or
Skulls of
Mortis.
Faces.
Yeah, that record I've been way fucking into.
I keep meaning to check it out more, but I've just been listening to 70s Bowie.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. That and Velvet Underground have been my most listened to probably things the last couple months, but in Can and Kraftwerk. But no, it's just the post punk bass and stuff. It's almost like a heavier, more traditional post punk version of what Unto Others and some of that sort of stuff does. Like
Is there
that.
some more like some? I mean, outside of the appearance, is there any Christian deathisms?
Oh, lots of Christian Death for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like post-punk Christian Death, but like just especially like the Joy Division bass on it, like which is like catnip for me. So
Yeah.
that's pretty cool stuff. But we
It's not
also heard
peaceful,
there,
you know.
yeah, no, and makes sense kind of why it's on Peaceful, and it's kind of a cool little, you don't see like a lot of new bands on Peaceful that like I'm get really into. It's a lot of the
I mean,
Dark Thrones
the
and
Mork
stuff like that.
has had. I've never listened to that band. But every single like email I get from Peaceville is about, oh, there's a new Mork record. It's like, okay,
I don't know them either.
I don't know
Yeah,
'em
I've
either.
never taken the time. I know the logo, I think, but yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, so you also heard from a friend of the podcast and also local Midwestern Catatonia Paradise Lost fan, Chris Morrison from Mother Graves, the guitar player. And they will be at the Decibel Beer and Metal Fest that we are
where
going to
are those guys out of
come up
again?
soon. Indianapolis area.
Minneapolis.
Yep.
Okay,
So, yep.
so they're fellow
But
like ranch fans then, like us.
yes, yeah, I'm sure they like their fair share of ranch and things,
I
So they might say ope. I should ask him if he's an ope guy
whoop.
or not.
Yeah, if you
Whoop.
almost run into somebody at the grocery store, do you say, "Oh, excuse me," or do you go, "Whoop"?
Whoop, whoop. Yep, yep. Yeah. So, but yeah, those of you who are longtime listeners might remember him from our Edge Sanity Part 2. He spoke about the influence and his love for Twilight before that song kind of kicked off. So, and the band he's talking about is kind of a band that's, I don't know. They're probably not as obscure as a lot of the other bands we're going to be playing, but we still have never really done a show on October Tide, and they are technically, by definition, a death doom band of the '90s. And so, thought we'd kick off part two with them, kind of tip our hats to them a little bit. But this is basically the Catatonia's first cousin. If for those of you that don't know a lot about October Tide. Jonas on vocals and drums, and then Frederick Norman on guitars and bass. And they, of course, were 2/3 of the lineup of Brave Murder Day and some of the stuff moving forward, core elements of that era of Catatonia.
Yeah, because in
So
Last Fair Deal, his brother came on as well for bass, right?
Yep, and
to
then they also
Catatonia, and
got
then TB and
a
October
permanent
Tide as well.
drummer too. Yeah, that's I think Last Fair Deals where they finally got like a real drummer as well, and it was no longer either Dan Swano or Jonas doing the drums, you know. So,
Yeah, I feel that
uh,
the now like going back and listening, I always liked the charm it's so hard to not say Jonas's drums.
Jonas, I know, yeah,
Um, but after hearing Swano do them on tonight's decision, it's like, dude, it's like being in time makes a little bit different. It adds something else to the mix.
yeah, yeah. But I also think there's like an off charm to the stuff he's doing on Brave Murder Day and things like that
Oh,
too.
totally.
It's
But I
it's,
think
it's definitely weird.
it was instrumental for their evolution
Oh, they had
to
to.
let
They
him
couldn't
put the
just be
drums
that
aside.
esoteric. Yeah.
Yeah.
They couldn't just be that off anymore, you know.
Yeah. And to
But
just let him focus on, songwriting and lyrics and vocals and all that. Like being a drummer as well, like, it's a difficult chore to try to do all that
sure.
together. Unless you're
Yep.
Chris Reifert, but
Yeah. Or well, back in the day, King Fowley, you know, a little. But even he had to switch off that, you know, it's just a little tough. But um yeah, so the premise, of course, if you're just catching us on part two, and I'd recommend going back to part one because there is some, synchronicity between these in terms of, some of the guests that we're going to be featuring with Albert Mudrian from Decibel and also a fellow Requiem contributor and OG with Mark and I, but also a Decibel writer, Chris Dick. You'll hear from him again as you did in part one. Um, the premise was that Albert kind of came to us in an email about probably a year ago or so and just said, "Hey, gents, I got kind of a cool idea for a future episode. Obviously we all love and talk so much about the Peaceful Three and Catatonia and a lot of the more wider known death doom bands that sort of dominated the '90s, Amorphous, things like that. What about like the second tier and some of the more obscure gems and things like that?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's a cool idea." And Albert and kind of gave started brainstorming an initial list, and we sort of kind of went from there and grew it into a couple part episode here. And yeah, we covered some of the you know maybe some of the more mellow bands probably in part one, Third and the Mortal and Beyond Dawn were definitely on the mellower side of the spectrum.
yeah.
I'd say, but definitely get thrown into that, and we actually did get some feedback that I'll share near the end of the episode about even that first part, and people were kind of into what we were doing and kind of like reminiscing about those bands and kind of forgetting about them. And that's kind of the point, because I think a lot of us who listen to Requiem, including us, the creators of it, we're all of a certain age group and a range of records, and kind of have a nostalgia for the 80s and 90s, especially the late 80s and stuff, when extreme metal kind of came into its fruition, I suppose. And this was definitely a big part of that, especially if you were tapped into the European stuff, because a lot of this stuff is not American.
Yeah.
Although there are a couple, I think, American things throughout this, but um,
We have one
I think one maybe, yeah. So,
ceremonium or
you know,
something. Yeah.
yeah, I think the first one had a couple. We opened with Avernus and stuff like
Yeah.
that, and I
But
do want
also
to send
like
a
this was more of a European thing.
yeah, for sure,
Doom here
yeah,
was like, everything predated all that with, with Trouble and Pentagram and shit like
Invitus, and
that. But yeah,
yep, yep.
Vitus.
A band. Well, I'll save this because I'll get through October Tide, and then we'll kind of get to the bigger sort of philosophy of it. But anyways, that was just kind of the premise of the first part for people that maybe are just accidentally joining us or discovering us on part two. And so
Did you get feedback about my Brian Eno comment?
oh, we did, yes, from Andreas. He yes, and we'll maybe
I
talk
don't know if
about
you have
Andreas.
that ready, but me and Lisa were
I'll read it a
driving in the
little bit
car and
later.
she read it to me and I even chuckled. So I'm
Yeah,
glad he
it
got
was
a
pretty
kick out of
fun.
it.
It was funny. But just a little bit on October Tide, because again, this is probably a band. I think there's two bands in this episode, just like there were probably in the previous part one, that could they have a rich enough history and a diverse enough kind of sound that you could probably do mini episodes or full episodes on them. But October Tide was formed in 1994 after Catatonia had split up. They actually cut a two-song demo that included Blue Gallery, one of the two songs you kind of heard right there. And they finally recorded this record in 1995 with Dan Swano at Unisound. And the demo song was, Blue Gallery, and then another song, To Die from Strength. And that other demo song, To Die from Strength, basically became the main riff for At Last from the Sounds of Decay EP, which is
Yeah, you
probably
can
what I
definitely
would say.
hear that.
What's that?
You can definitely hear that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
And
mean, I would
I haven't
say it's
listened to
some.
this album in 20 years, so
Oh, it's been that long? Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
easily.
That's cool. That's fun. I pull this one out quite a bit when I'm in the kind of that mood for the Sounds of Decay and Brave Murder Day and some of that stuff. I mean, it's kind of I would say a melodic death doom kind of minor masterwork. It didn't have like a lot of commercial achievement, but it was sort of released in '97 after Catatonia had always already kind of morphed out of that Brave Murder Day Sounds of Decay sound. So it was like the last like elements like radiating from that we got, pretty much forever, from at least from Jonas's end, with vocals. It's the final
Hmm.
time we ever hear him do this style of vocals for a whole record.
Yeah.
Um, but it was, I mean, 12 Days. I mean, the opening song, 12 Days of Rain, has like five parts that could, come from Brave Murder Day or Sounds of Decay alone. And Blue Gallery has a kind of sick drum melodic ending alongside a lot of lilting, kind of depressive melodies and stuff. And, it holds up pretty well. I listened to it straight through a few times as we were kind of prepping for this. And, you know, just a really great record, one that how did it hold up for you 20 years later? Because it's something you haven't really
I don't know.
pulled
I mean,
out too often.
as because yeah, in the last 2 months, I've gone back and done a pretty extensive Catatonia re-listening of everything from the first record till Viva Emptiness is where I kind
Mhm.
of left it, and I've had some different ideas about how good I think certain records are in their catalog and how I've like changed my ranking a little bit with some of their
Uh,
stuff, but um, this all I could think of listening to this is just Catatonia.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's like
It's hard
like
to
I
be
said,
like
it's
it's
the
not I'm
first
not
cousin of Catatonia.
yeah
Like
yeah and I'm
it's
not trying to
basically.
shit on it or anything, but I'm just like that's all I could think of is just like okay, that I recognize that riff from this is and then like especially these two guys that are in that band.
Hmm.
I was trying to think of another similar kind of situation to where one project ends or goes on hiatus and then something else comes out of it that's very similar to what they were doing, slightly different. Um, but then Jonas is basically off back to Catatonia after he might do something on the second record, right? Like at one song or something.
I think he does. I have it written down.
And Gray Dawn, does he
Still him.
do?
It's still him. Yeah, he does Grey Dawn. I think he'll leave after
Oh,
that.
he does drums. He doesn't do vocals though.
No, they actually get the vocalist from A Canoris Quintet, Martin Hansen, which is
Okay.
one of the CDs I got for Christmas from Mr. Chris Dick, actually.
Oh,
So
nice.
that
Yeah, he does
yeah,
drums and guitars on Gray Dawn.
yeah. So he's still a big part of it. And then that's kind of when the band went on an 11-year hiatus after that. And then kind of came back strong in like 2010 or so with Frederick and various other musicians from like bands like In Mourning or Della Morte, that band.
Yeah.
And
I've
some of
never
those new
gone back and
records,
listened to any of the. Have you heard that other
the new
stuff?
stuff. Oh yeah, they're actually really great. Yeah,
Okay.
I think they're pretty fantastic records. They're kind of like they're like better than like Insomnium, but like kind of in that like realm where they're like or like Insomnium, or what's the band that Chris is really really into that's kind of into this that I like, and I have some of their records, but they're not stuff I reach for very often. There's a band I can think of it,
Do you know
and
where they're
it's
from?
I don't offhand, but it's kind of like that. It's like just a tier below like the A tier stuff, and like when you hear them, you're like, oh, these are really really good, but you don't reach for them very often. So
Yeah.
I have them, and they're good, but I think because it's mainly just the Frederick band at this point,
Yeah.
um, it's not that there's something missing because, like I said, I think they're really, really good at this. Here's what I reminded. It just reminds me of like later day My Dying Bride records, where like I like them, but I put them away, and I don't pull a lot of those later day ones off very often, But I
Yeah, I agree with
objectively
that.
know that I like
Yeah.
them. They're like really good kind of doom records,
Well, and
with cool riffs and stuff
this
like
is
that.
also
But
like as a comic fan, like an Elseworlds kind of thing, where this is, like if Catatonia never existed, because like what Frederick does on guitar is not, I'm sure Jonas contributed, songwriting to the first record as well. But
yeah,
like the lead playing and like the some of the harmony stuff that Frederick does is completely different than what Anders would do.
sure, yep, yep.
So there's a little bit, it's almost like a, some kind of like a compare and
Alternative
contrast
universe
essay thing.
catatonia.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But it was kind of cool. I think it hit like doing this episode, and especially like stuff like October Tide with that kind of like Catatonia, that kind of cold, melancholic beauty, but like that airy openness, especially that Sounds of Decay has,
Yeah.
where it's just like kind of open. I've been sort of on a R.I.P. to David Lynch, who is a pretty important, I think, to both Mark and I, who took a lot of film classes, and
Yeah.
I teach film classes, and even beyond film, just his kind of theories about art and just a lot of things.
Him just
Um,
talking about philosophy and
yeah,
exis,
kind of like Bowie, in a lot of
yeah,
ways, like
yeah,
Bowie,
like
like
creativity,
transcended
his
genres.
his process. He obviously thinks a lot about that stuff, and he's being able to like sum it up in very succinct little nuggets, which I think is kind of the key to really distill down your thoughts to that, little. If you can come across with like a sentence that sums up how you feel about a thing instead of 15, pages of something. It's like I think that's a real skill. No, not to poo poo on what we do, but because if we could do our shows in 15 minutes, then what's the point? We'd spend 30 hours trying to whittle our thoughts down to we each have, a 2 second sound bite and that's
Yeah,
done.
yeah, yeah.
That's what we say about this. That'd be more like the, YouTube shorts or something.
Yeah. No, but I think Lynch, when he passed away, I kind of went down a pretty good rabbit hole with him. I rewatched some of the movies of his I've only seen only one or two times. So I watched The Straight Story and Wild at Heart, and
It was a
re
straight story is not available anywhere, is it?
I
Do you
don't
have
know
it?
if it's streaming. I do have it, and
Okay.
it's also on Apollo. So if we could get Apollo working for you, you could
Okay.
watch it.
I
But
just heard for some reason that it wasn't available on
it's pretty tough to find, but I managed to track something down. I've heard also there are rumors that Criterion has like floated the idea of doing like a Lynch box set the way they did for Bergman and Fellini and some others. So
That'd be cool. I heard that they
yeah,
were going to do a straight story, but it was like hung up in some kind of,
yeah,
you
there's
know,
there's something
BS
going on.
limbo.
But boy, and I hadn't watched that since like Jessica and I saw that in the theater back in college, and so it's been a real long time. And I really enjoyed it a lot. More than I think I thought I did back when it came out in '99.
Yeah.
But yeah, even Wild at Heart, I hadn't seen that in fucking decades, I think. And rewatching, I'm almost done with season 2 of Twin Peaks, and I've only watched season 3, the Showtime one, only once through the return,
Yeah.
and so I'm like, kind of excited to sort of go on that journey a little bit. But I think like listening to a lot of this kind of doomy, death, melancholic stuff, kind of, Lynch can kind of walk in those circles a little bit, and that. You know, it hit all the notes of sort of peak Lynch. And there's this part in 12 Days of Rain when the part at like the 2 minute mark with the tremola is really fucking like awesome and
Yeah.
like kind of like haunting and hypnotic the way Catatonia and Paradise Lost and
And
some of
there's
the
definitely like
best of it
black
too.
metal-ish
Yeah.
tinges to a lot of
Yeah.
this too.
Yeah, and then there's that part at 3:30 where Jonas screams, "It's like burning myself real," and like the way he screams that, it's just I don't know. It like fit with everything I was watching, like the darkness of the weirdest parts of Twin Peaks, or like the weirdest, darkest parts of Wild at Heart, and some of that stuff. So, I just think there was a serendipity to doing this episode right around the passing of Lynch and some of the kind of just the vibes that he gives off, with some of the vibes of some of these bands that are
Yeah.
definitely left of center and weird, and ex- mining the depths of despair, and all that kind of stuff.
And the
But
funny
at the
thing is,
same time, like,
when he passed, I didn't actually, I haven't had a chance to pull out any of my DVDs, but or Blu-rays, but I just went and I listened to a lot of his interviews.
just him talking about
Just him
stuff.
talking about stuff and just being like him doing like these Zoom meetings or Zoom kind of lectures with film students and stuff.
Hmm.
He's always so measured and knows exactly what to say, and his way of talking is super endearing. And then I going down that rabbit hole, just kind of letting YouTube autoplay go with those. It went to the Fablemans piece of him
Oh,
doing John Ford,
yeah.
which is fantastic.
Yeah, that's the best part of the Fablemans. I mean, I really
I
like
can
that
imagine.
movie,
I
but
don't.
that
I haven't
part's
watched a
awesome.
Spielberg movie, and I don't know how many. I don't remember the last one I watched, but I watched just that. That scene. I was like, that was fantastic.
Yeah. There's one thing I saw that really like hit me and kind of grabbed me, and it was one of those like Insta shorts or some reel of some sort where it's Lynch rewatching It's a Wonderful Life,
Hmm.
and then he like the lights come on and he's like crying. And
He's a
he's just
very
like
sentimental guy.
he
Yeah.
just talks about how like beautiful and moving that movie was to him, and different things. And I was like, man, I need to rewatch that movie because I haven't watched it in a long ass time because I saw it so much as a kid. I think I just kind of took it for granted, kind of like Wizard of Oz. Like you kind
Yeah.
of forget how fucking awesome that stuff is.
Hmm.
And speaking of Wizard of Oz, like he was like obsessed with that movie his whole life. Put that into like almost everything he did was like little bits of Wizard of Oz in all of
Well,
his
even like,
movies and stuff.
with us growing up, that was something that I don't know how readily available it was on, to rent. We didn't have a
It
VCR
was every
till,
Thanksgiving was
yeah,
Wizard of Oz.
that was the thing, is like
You
you
look
look
forward to
forward to
it.
Thanksgiving because you could watch Wizard of Oz like multiple times. And
And
we
then
didn't have a
Christmas was going
VCR
to be
till
It's a Wonderful
87
Life.
or something. So,
Yeah.
it was like you
And then you knew
waited.
yeah. Yeah, just that weird, yeah, the weirdness of that, yeah, it's so hard to explain to people who are a lot younger than us, the anticipatory, like you said, having to wait, or like even Star Wars, like I mean, you had to wait for those to like air on TV for a long time, like
Yeah.
it was strange.
And like, yeah, if you wanted to go to the video store and if you didn't have a VCR, you could rent one if they were available. And
Yeah,
then, but that was like an extra cost. And, like we, we didn't grow up wealthy. We,
yeah,
it was pretty tight a lot of the time and, very concerned about money. So like at a certain point, my dad was working at the equipment room or the equipment office at the university in Central Michigan University. And then on the weekends, he would bring home the VCR that they would show, like when they would record the different practices with the football team and then go back over them. Over the
yeah.
weekend, he could bring that home and we could set it up and rent some
Oh,
movies and
that's
stuff.
really
But
cool. Yeah, yeah. I
that
probably
was like,
got
oh my
one.
God, we go to the video store and pick out 4 movies. Like, holy crap, what do we get? Well,
I
Empire
know.
Strikes Back,
which
Indiana
is what made
Jones.
which is what made like the thing that where Mark and I went to elementary school. um we would get these things in our Friday folders where like you get like 50-cent movies on like Saturdays and Sundays to go see like all the cool like young, like kid movies and stuff like that. And it's like
We got
you had to
free
seize
like
that
for the
moment.
Friday folder, or yeah, it was a Friday folder at
Yep.
Fancher that we had. Yeah,
Yep, and you would have either a free movie or it'd be like 50 cents or something, just something
yeah.
really cheap to be able to go. And I mean, like, I don't know, if you didn't have cable or you only got like 10 channels or something, like that was like the highlight of your week, like to be able to,
But we had,
go and
yeah,
do
we had
that sort of
four
thing.
channels.
Yeah, yeah, you had even less. So,
But that was
but
like, yeah, like Transformers the movie when that came out. All the girls in the class, we just traded for some other thing. So I got 4 or 5 different
it's, you
coupons to
could
go
go a
see
bunch.
that.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome. I remember I got that same Friday folder, but so you were a lot older than me, but I still remember the Transformers the movie.
Ah, 4
Either
years.
free 3 years, 3 years in
3 years?
school, I think. Yeah, well, I guess actually 4 years. So
Three and a half,
you were a
yeah.
senior when I was in eighth grade, so I guess that's technically 4 grades.
Yeah.
So
I just turned 50. So,
yep. And I'm old for my age, so like old for my grade, I suppose.
yeah,
Old for my age. What the fuck's that mean?
old for your
Um,
age.
yeah, I'm a little old for my age. I actually think I'm young for my age in terms
Jason
of
has
like the way I act.
osteoporosis and has to
Yeah,
walk with a cane now.
Well, I did just break my wrist skiing that last week, so
Yeah. At least it
if
wasn't
I
from opening a jar of pickles or something.
that's true. It's a more badass story than anything else,
Yeah.
that I've done recently. So, but yeah, just and again, just a nice little shout out as we sort of get into this and start talking about what we're doing here. But just wanted to sort of thank Albert and Decibel and Chris, who shared this episode quite a bit on multiple sort of platforms and stuff. It was pretty cool that they hyped this up and shared it out numerous times
I'll
on
have to look at
Blue
our
Sky and Twitter and
stats and see
Instagram
if
and
see
different
if it
things like that. So.
see if it brought some more
Yeah,
people in.
it's hard to know. I mean, it's a pretty obscure niche thing. It's not a name brand episode title either. So like this is for the OGs. The people that really love the deep cut stuff that we do. But
Well, and 5, 6,
hopefully
7 hour episodes aren't everybody's cup of tea either. But
yeah, yeah, and hopefully, like you discovered some bands in part one, maybe that you didn't know, and certainly, I think in part two, there's a pretty good possibility there could be some gems in here that I mean, a lot of the stuff I didn't know before putting this episode together, or I'd only heard of the band by name or reputation, and never really sat down and listened much to
there's
them.
a couple, but this is always usually kind of a running gag. But we'll do this maybe after the second talk set. But you can guess which bands you think I
Oh
walked
yeah,
away with
I'll
wanting to
have
buy
to
the records.
I'll have to think about that one. Yeah,
Okay,
this one wasn't as obvious, maybe.
there's
But
four,
there's four. Okay, all
yeah,
right. Huh,
four and a
cool.
half, 4.5.
Yeah, that's good to know. Good to
Yeah,
know. Well, I think, I'm just looking right now, real quick. Yeah, I won't waste viewers' time. I'll look in between sets. Yeah, so, but yeah, so we open up with October Tide, and again, that's a band. If you love Catatonia and you've never really checked them out, I recommend Grey Dawn too. That's especially the title track. It's really fucking good. That it's like an epic kind of Catatonia riff. If you like that stuff, it's for me it's catnip. So I love that shit. But you can't go wrong with it. So, um, but the first band we're gonna get into is one that I don't know if you were into him as much as Brian and I were, but there was a little chunk of time there where, we are pretty into those first three Saturnus records. Then I kind of lost track of them, but there was kind of Brian, I think, was really flying the flag for like a little mini Danish scene that was like sprouting up in the late '90s. There was a band
yeah.
called Aurora, and there was Withering Surface, which I know Chris was kind of into as well. And Saturnus kind of grew out of that as well. And
Well, for those that don't know who Brian is, he was one of our fellow record store employees back
yeah,
in the
Brian
day.
Allen.
Yeah.
Yep, and he was a writer for Eclipse and stuff like that. And my roommate, when Mark and I first kind of started hanging out a lot, after he kind of came back into the fold of the metal world, I think I
So
was
yeah,
living with Brian
Saturnus was
about
kind
the
of
time.
that came out when I was on my metal high or my hiatus of hanging out with metal people. That's what
Okay.
really what it was. But
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, they were they emerged out of the ashes of a death metal band called Assassino. I don't know. I can't. It's a weird looking word. And they hailed from Copenhagen and changed their name in 1993. Their first demo was in '94, and the band took huge inspiration from Anathema and Bride and recorded a pretty substantial debut for Euphonious Records, which was also home to Withering Surface, which is a pretty cool kind of melodic death metal band in the late '90s that Chris was really into, and it was called "Paradise Belongs to You." And you got this great kind of title track with chirping birds and upbeat keys that sort of creates a pretty cool atmosphere. Very My Dying Bride, I would say. Probably
I mean,
of
I think
those.
boy, you got to say the whole. I would say this entire episode is our stepchildren of My Dang Bride
I
for the
think
most part, in a general sense.
okay. I mean, I think there's a lot of yeah, I'd say for the most part, there's
That
a
and
lot more
Into
pride.
Pandemonium.
Yeah, lots of Celtic Frost, and
Yeah,
from that I think you get some Anathema because Anathema took a lot from Celtic, so I think there is
yeah.
some Anathema vibes here and there
Well, I think
throughout.
yeah, Saturnus for sure takes musically, not vocally, takes a lot from Anathema. The kind of
Yes.
more yearning, for lack of a better word, kind of riffs and the kind of the overall vibe. I think like they're not quite as because I think it's really my one of my takeaways from this episode is that it's really really hard to do super melodramatic stuff like Bride does and do it well.
Sure. Yeah, it can come off very
And they've
there's a
been
fine line, you
there's
know.
a
It's like
very
female
fine line.
vocals,
It's like
like
it's a
female vocals.
razor's edge for me sometimes, but
Yeah.
I think Bride was able to do it flawlessly up until I mean, like Gods of the Sun, but then even after that, I think they were
Well, I
able
think some
to.
of those records after are still pretty flawless into the early
They're still
2000s.
able to do it, but not quite to that level. But they were doing something different. It wasn't the same kind of like very melodramatic, almost agony vocals, and like Aaron
Mm,
had great lyrics. When you do really melodramatic shit with growls and you can't tell the lyrics, that's one thing. But when you can tell the lyrics and they're kind of like, yeesh. There's just lots of different things that I'm thinking about now as a 50-year-old listening to this stuff compared to being melodramatic, guy in my 20s.
I
Does
get
that make
that, you
sense?
know. Yeah,
Yeah,
I do. But I also can like appreciate the nostalgia of feeling that way, even if I can't relate to it anymore. It was definitely a presence or something that definitely existed in those bands,
sure.
or but
Well, it
yeah,
just
it's
made this just the episode made me
not how
think
I would
like how
express myself
much,
today.
yeah, like how much. I guess I've always thought My Dying Bride were great, but I didn't realize how the staying power of what they were able to do for so long,
Yeah.
and
Well,
like
and
how many different like third, fourth, generation bands that would take away like what they were able to do in the late '80s, early '90s, and like because Paradise Lost was only there for a little bit, and then they're off, and
yep,
Anathema was only there for a little bit, and they're off, and
and then they're
Bride's
off.
kind of the one holding the you
They
know
stayed pretty consistent. Yep.
yeah,
I mean,
and
even
being like the
Catatonia was only there
violin
for a
and
little
all
bit.
this, and yeah,
Yeah. Yep. No, I agree. And speaking of like, especially this title track we're going to open up with, Paradise Belongs to You, all the atmosphere at the beginning, and then you get into the melodic death doom sort of stuff, and with a lot of shifting moods and tempos. But at the very, very end of the song, like the last 3 minutes, you get like a Dying Wish anathema, but with like Bride pinch harmonics. And it's this
yeah,
like cool
yeah.
melding of both those bands. I thought that was really, really cool. Um,
Well, the bird
I like
opening, I'm not sure if you
which one?
um the opening with the birds and stuff,
Yeah, yeah.
it immediately reminded me of Biogenesis
Oh, yeah, that's
with like
true.
I don't remember if that's Under Orion's Sword or if it's like Waves of Eurostasia but there is one of their intros where there's like birds and stuff going on in it as well. It was a very like I don't know where if this was like live recordings or where people got this stuff, but all these bands it was about like creating this atmosphere. Um,
Yeah,
and I think a lot of like I think Saturnus does a really really good job of well for one I think their logo is incredible.
it's cool.
I think that did I write that in this part about yeah I think the cover of it
Hmm.
the album cover is a photograph of like a dead fawn covered in snow a little bit.
Yeah.
Great. That's a fantastic, that's like what's more sad than a something dead in the snow?
Sure. Well, and
Especially
even the
like
next record that we're
as a
not
new
covering,
father too,
Martyr.
Yeah.
Sure, and even the Martyr cover, which we're not covering, was like a cool, almost like 18th century, 17th century like painting of like a dead woman almost floating on top of water, but it's really beautiful. And it's like there's
Yeah.
an elegance to them, and that's something I always appreciate about Bride is there was this like romantic kind of elegance, even though it was dark as shit. There was like something. A lot of girls we hung out with loved Bride because I think there was something kind of like elegant, almost like gothy about them. That some same kind of like feminine qualities that we've talked about in some music.
Yeah,
That like Tribulation has, or
they're very happy to put or very not happy. they they had their emotions were on their sleeve and their hearts were, wide open showing their pain.
Yeah,
And I think
that
showing
vulnerability.
emotion is as a very could be a seductive thing too.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. But for my money, the one that I listened to the most was the For Loveless Lonely Nights EP. That was something I think Chris really was into when right before he moved out to Philly. It
Yeah.
kind of hit the record store. It's when I kind of started hanging out with Brian. I think the three of us were kind of really into it. And in particular, the Christ Goodbye live track, which was a song that was on the Paradise Belongs to You. And we were always freaking out with like the clarity of a live recording like this, and even Albert will make a comment about how well it sounds for being a fucking live Death Doom, thing that didn't
Yeah.
really happen back then, and the use of an actual live choir, and it was from the Roskilde Festival, and it was the when that choir comes in and then like he starts the guttural vocals and they're going the oh, it's like it's I don't know. That used to be like our money shot moment. We'd like show people that and people would be like, this is really fucking cool. We're like, right? So I
Yeah.
think that brings me back to like, hanging out at the record store and playing this for people and just, it still holds up pretty well. The rest of the EP's fine. I listened to it all the way through, and I'm like, some of this stuff is better than other things, but Christ Goodbye is still like a song that I kind of dug on a lot.
Well, I
Um,
wasn't even really paying attention to the fact that it was live, and now with my notes about it is like, well, the bass sounds great, the guitar sounds fantastic. His vocals are kind of even more over the top than the record somehow.
yeah, yeah,
So guttural.
yeah. You still there?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
cut
I
off or
thought
something.
you were. I thought it cut off for a second from my end. So, but yeah, like no, it is. There's something like the organic quality of that live performance is really pretty cool. And there's a book that I've used as a resource in both of these episodes that I've made mention of, but it was called the Doom Metal Lexicon, Lexiconum. Sorry, Part Two. It's a Russian guy, Alexei Evdokimov. They're cool if you like encyclopedic kind of things. It's not like a book, but if you like good reference things,
Yeah,
it's
it's a good
cool. And he's done
resource
some,
to just flip. Like you can just look for a specific thing, not have to read
yeah,
a
and
whole
a lot of
chapter.
the bands we covered in these two episodes are in there, and he's done some like either interviews or thrown a couple little interview clips in it, and they talked to one of the band members, Kim. I can't remember if he's the not the vocalist. I think he's one of the guitar players, and he's kind of talking about that performance that's recorded. And he says we did a performance in a Danish church on Good Friday at that time. It caused a lot of problems for the priest. The major national news press did an interview with us and caused all sorts of trouble. I remember them wanting to have me hold a mannequin doll and put my hand down its trousers to take a photo, which I refused. They settled with a photo of our singer in the church lying on the altar with his upper body naked. Guess what? Guess that was enough. The priest was summoned to a meeting and almost got fired, I think, but the show went on and everybody loved it. So like, what a fucking like random like who had those ideas? That this would be good to do all that shit in a church. But
Sure, take your shirt off. Show me your
yeah,
tits.
yeah. But for an EP, it's fun. I don't know how did Saturnus hold up for you overall? Was it just kind of mid or
No,
something that you were
it
never
was pretty
really?
good. I don't know. I don't. It's funny. I don't often go back and listen to um these kind of like more I guess not even less mainstream, but these kind of more like second, third generation Death Doom bands that much. Um, because I remember hearing this a little bit when it came out, but I don't know where I was at music
Probably hanging out
wise.
with us. I'm
I
sure we
was
probably played it for you.
yeah, and I don't think I ever owned it, but I think I was kind of on that same like the where Paradise Lost and Catatonia and Bride were going with their
Hmm.
music. I was like kind of looking for other stuff. So I don't think I really explored a lot of this stuff quite as much as unless it was something, in the magazine that I was, I needed to
Yeah,
find a hard copy to get the logo or to like Mythological Cold Towers,
sure.
putting together
Yeah,
the interview or whatever. But
yeah.
um, no, it's interesting, but it's such a specific. It shows how like stratified all of these different subgenres of extreme metal are, and you could go
Uh,
down such a rat hole, I guess, depending on where you live, a rabbit hole of um, like how all this stuff splinters off and goes to this and that and starts this other thing, and um, because at the time it didn't seem like it was quite as large, the death doom thing seemed like a really small little pocket. But now with like, the internet in retrospect and
when you
seeing
put
like
it
all
together
these
and
different
assemble it this
bands.
way, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I actually think, not that you have a lot of free time, but you might dig the third record, which came out in 2000, Martyr. That was where they were really influenced by like 1 Second from Paradise Lost, and so they
Hmm.
started to bring in some of that stuff. So it's a little bit more less traditional, but it's got some cool vibes to it too, you know.
No, yeah, I
Um,
appreciate the purity of the some of this early stuff too, where there's not a whole lot of other like trying regular like just clean vocals.
mhm,
Like a guy's just fucking growling his heart out, and I
sure.
can totally appreciate that, and just how specific and like they kind of stick to a good formula on the record.
Yeah. What's crazy about these guys, I didn't know this until I think Albert brought it up, but they're still putting out pretty fucking good records. They put out a record in 2023 on Prophecy called The Storm Within, and I listened to
Hmm.
a couple tracks. I was like, this isn't half bad. I just didn't know they were still around. You know, they're
I
like a
didn't
band
either
I,
until I was looking up stuff on
yeah,
Metallium.
completely lost track of them, you know?
The
So,
funny thing, I was when I was doing research and notes and stuff for for the Loveless Lonely Nights review on Metallium,
uh,
the top review, the guy says played at my funeral.
that's sweet. Yeah, I mean, if I died young and you guys played Christ Goodbye at my funeral, I wouldn't be sad. You know,
Oh, I would
it's
sing
got
it.
a power, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you and Chris can serenade it and sing it and it'd be great. Um, so now we leave Denmark for some Swiss avant-garde doom from Sadness, and this is a band I never really knew about them in the 90s, but I actually bought this a few years back. I think after or maybe around the time we cut the Evoken episode with Albert, because he was really praising. I think we were talking off mic and or some kind of conversation I had, and he's like, "Oh, you've never checked out Sadness before?" I'm like, "No, what is he?" He's like, "Oh, dude, it's like this really weird kind of doom record from the early 90s, and it's from Switzerland and blah." I was like, okay, and I bought it on a whim based on Albert's and recommendation. And so, obviously this is the the right place for it as an episode like this, because we're never going to do a sadness episode.
Yeah.
But speaking of, this is Frost. This is they're Swiss,
There's
so there's a
something
lot of
about I don't know what it is, man. Every single band, no matter who it is, like Samael or Corner, there's some kind of Celtic Frost, either
yeah.
some kind of feeling that sounds like them or some kind of literal the knobs they're tuning on the amps. There's always something Frost with it. And
Yeah.
that's incredible.
It is. It's just like in the DNA of Switzerland,
Yeah.
it's like part of their like cultural heritage is like you have to like, tip a hat to Celtic Frost, Celtic Frost.
Yeah.
Um, I also heard there's little bits of like, Tiamat Clouds or even like As the Flower Withers or even Gothic from PL and certainly it's all there too, but at its
Very
core is
esoteric,
certainly the.
weird kind of stuff going on there, which I can totally appreciate.
Yeah, lots of cool instruments, a lot of weird, unsettling energy,
Yeah.
It's just I didn't really analyze the songs. I think they just kind of have to speak for themselves. The name of the record is Ames de Marbre, Marbre. Um, I'm guessing French. I didn't look at the translation to see what it
Oh,
was,
yeah, I'm
but
not
oh
sure.
no, I think it means,
Did you drop out? Oh.
it's cool, from start to finish. I was looking through I was looking through the doom metal kind of decibel issue just out of curiosity to see, what some of the things were covered. And John Paradiso from Evoken had this in his top 5 doom records of all time, which is kind of makes
Interesting.
sense. Yeah, and maybe that's why Albert really digs it too, because he's such a huge fan of Evoken. And I could see like if you were kind of into the like left of center weirdest parts of Doom, that like a record like Sadness would be kind of right up your alley, So
Well, it's
if
like
you like,
it's doom world music too. There's like a very, it's much more broad. It doesn't seem, I don't know, it doesn't seem like they're not chasing after the coattails of anybody. They're kind of just they were at the same, they had the same ideas at the same time other people, but it doesn't outside of, some Into the Pandemonium stuff and some Celtic Frost isms.
hmm
they're kind of their own thing. Like the album art's really sweet, cool. I don't know what
Love that.
the
Love
hell
that
that
cover.
is. It's
Yeah.
like some African group of dudes with like white shit on their face, and
Hmm.
like I have no idea what it is, but it looks cool. It looks, it's like it tells you a story right there.
Yep. And obviously if you're, like Mark mentioned, world music, but there's definitely like the Dead Can Dance vibes or some of that. I'm sure
Sure.
that was a sub band they were kind of checking out. But for sure, if you like any of that stuff, definitely track down. I was able to find it, so I think it's still available if you, look
Yeah,
on Discogs and
not on record for
probably
a
not on
reasonable
record. Yeah.
price.
But yeah, so we're gonna play a pair of tunes, Lueurs and Opal Vault from the Ames de Marbre, and I believe they only did one record. I think I didn't write that down, but I feel like Albert said that when I interviewed him,
I
that
think
it's kind of a
so.
singular thing. Yeah,
Yeah, which is kind of
and I
cool
don't
just
think the
to have
guys
the
ever were
one.
involved in any other bands. It's just like this, like here it is, it exists, and then they just disappeared, just like probably became like
Oh,
postal workers or just.
they did two records and an EP.
Oh, did they? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, okay, good. Okay,
They
so it's
did
not as.
Dante Inferno in
Ah,
95
okay.
and then Evangelion EP in 97, and that was it.
Oh, okay. It's a little longer than I thought. I think there's a band somewhere in this episode where it's just like a single record from them, and that's kind of it. But yeah. And then we're gonna end this set with Substance for God, and this is a record I actually just got in the mail this week. Assembly of Flowers is the name of it, and playing the tune called Swan Song. And this is something Dan Zadar recommended to me. Actually, he was a big fan, and I know
These guys
also
are
a writer.
Israeli, right?
Yeah, they're from Israel and
Yeah.
only run record in
Yeah.
1994 on this is I think what I was thinking of, not Sadness, on BNE Records. Lots of Sisters of Mercy, Fields of Niflheim kind of stuff going on vocally. They use a lot of one of the things that's interesting about these guys for Doom is they use standard tuning, which is why it sounds like just different, because they're not
Yeah.
tuning down like most kind of death doom metal bands would have at the time, and it gives it kind of a finish like Zizma, like Amorphous feel at times, real cool, crushing passages. I don't have a lot to say about them. I don't know much about them, and I don't think there's much scholarship on them at all. But
Yeah.
I don't know. What were your thoughts on these guys?
I mean, what was the? I'm trying to remember what the song, because I full disclosure here. A lot of my notes were done as I was watching my son today.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm like trying to make any kind of like,
Yeah, yeah.
trying to make something that's interesting for anybody to care about. Actually, this page, it's the page three is the one I was working on today, but
Okay.
I've been bouncing around a lot of this stuff. But here's my Substance for God. Has my notes: Middle East, Israel. Okay.
Yeah.
I said the thing I didn't enjoy. I said moonspell baritone nonsense.
Oh, okay.
Was
So
that
you
in the
got a little
beginning?
moonspell. Maybe.
But
Yeah,
I
I was
said
kind of thinking
really like
more
the
like
guttural
Sisters of
vocals
Mercy.
because it was like
Okay.
early Nick Holmes where it sounded like his eyes are gonna pop out.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
definitely that.
I can't read my
Weird you
handwriting.
heard moonspell. I heard more
Solid
like Fields of
riffs,
Nephilim. So,
nice gothic accessibility. The genre, blah, blah. It shows. Oh, I was like listening to some of these other bands. That's basically what I said before. Is it shows how remarkable the Peaceful Three was for
the core. Yeah,
being
exactly.
just
They were.
so like, oh my God, these all three of these bands are incredible for a very long time.
Mhm. I will say, like, I listened to a few other songs from Substance for God enough that I kind of tracked it down to buy it. It was cool, and I did get it in the mail. And one of the things it was still wrapped, and it had the original like Nuclear Blast like from 1994 like slide card in it. And I was
That's
like, "Oh
awesome.
shit. This has just been sitting in some fucking warehouse since 1994. Like this
Some
is
dead
like
stock.
yeah, pretty wild, pretty wild." So, cool. Well, let's get into it. We're also going to hear from Albert for the first time. Again, just a little short little passage before we hear the Saturnus tunes. And so we'll hear Paradise Belongs to You and Christ Goodbye, the live version from Saturnus. Then from Switzerland, we'll hear Lueurs and Opal Vault from Sadness. And then we'll close things out with Israel's Substance for God with the tune called the Swan Song. We're heading next to Denmark with Saturnus and then to Switzerland with Sadness. And, you know, talk about the uniqueness of this pair of bands, and I think I feel like you're the one that turned me on to Ames de Marbre after we did the Evoken episode. Like it was a record I wasn't really that familiar with. So I guess thoughts on either of those two bands, and kind of like, especially why does, Sadness in particular, kind of an underrated doom record that you kind of fly the flag for, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll say about Saturnus really quick. Like, as far as the very traditional style, like Death Doom, like again, these bands that the roots are definitely in the Peaceville Three, like Saturnus does it really, really well.
Yes.
And it isn't like there's nothing super groundbreaking about it, but they write catchy Death Doom songs. And it's not as as anybody who's listened to this stuff will tell you, it's not easy to do that. But they have a grasp of melody um without like kind of leaning into the cheese that, that fine line that you walk with that stuff. So I give them credit, and that's a band that is still around too, and still making like really solid records. But
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
We
that the
used to go
day.
nuts for the live version we're gonna play of Christ Goodbye, the way that the crowd comes in and the
Mhm.
oh, and then
All
like
right, yeah.
everything rises up. Like we listen to that at the record store, like constantly, like losing our shit. Like, look at the crowd, because I don't know, outside of Refuse, there weren't like a lot of great records that did cool things with like crowd noise, like integration or something like that, on especially in metal,
Well,
outside of like Slayer, live records or something like that. But
I mean,
um,
especially with Death Doom, like it was so like the idea of like, you know, having the privilege of like being in that crowd to experience this stuff live. It was so rare to even see a band like this play anywhere. And if you were in America and in your 20s back then and had no money. So yeah, so that's definitely that's cool. I'm glad it's a live version of that. But for Sadness, man, that's another band that's just like they only had two records, and the first one, which is the one I'm assuming we're playing stuff from,
yeah,
is
is it Amister Marbe? Is that
that's how I yeah, that's how I
okay?
know it.
Yeah,
Uh, I I man, like again, I don't want to like go always back to Celtic Frost, but I got to go back to Celtic Frost here
the Death Doom
because
episode. It is what it is. Yeah.
they are also from Switzerland, and they have they really were like almost like an extreme metal version of Celtic Frost, or a band. If Celtic Frost were raised on like 90s death metal and black metal, you'd get something like Sadness, because it was heavier, but just as experimental and adventurous, um and just kind of wild, trippy, like tripping balls kind of sounds coming out of it. Um, And the second record, I believe Martin Eric Ain produced it, actually. He
Shit.
engineered
Okay.
it. Yeah, he recorded or he mixed it. He at least mixed it. I think he may have even been part of the engineering, but he definitely at least mixed the record. So they were unafraid to lean into their influences clearly as they went on. But yeah, man, it's such a weird, dark, unique album. But
The
again, if
cover
you
is really interesting.
well, I
It's
mean,
like a
even
really fascinating cover that I just it looks like a screen cap from like a weird 70s Italian horror film, like that took place in the jungle or something. It's like something that just seems otherworldly about it. I don't
it's
know.
there's nothing. If you look at that album cover, look at their logo on that cover. There's nothing about it that says this is like a Death Doom or a Gothic Doom album. It's really singular in terms of this of this genre. It's really neat, and it was on Witch Hunt, which again was just like,
I don't
you
know
know,
anything about that label. Did what else was on Witch Hunt? I
there's
mean,
I believe the first Anathema 7 inch, They
oh no
Die
shit.
7 inches on Witch Hunt. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Was that a
Yeah.
Swiss label or English or
Jesus, I don't remember.
huh? Okay.
Um,
It's probably
but
not important. I have no idea about it. So,
anyway, I can tell
oh, look at
you,
this.
there it is, Switzerland.
Very nice.
Yep. There you go. So yeah, I'm sure Sadness was just the local chaps.
It's the local pub. Oh God. Yeah, it's weird because when we did the Swiss thrash episode, and I talked to Tom a little bit about some of that stuff, and he had lots of good things to say about Coroner, but when I asked him about some of the other like Swiss bands, like he didn't have much to say about Messiah. He was kind of like, like they're a band. Moving on next. And so I didn't bring up Sadness. I should have, but they didn't fall into the thrash spectrum, so it didn't really come up. But I'm sure if Martin was involved, Tom's probably a fan of what they did.
I'm
It
sure
seems.
I would suspect he's aware, because again, musically the debt is significant to Frost. So yeah, I think he probably knows what that is.
Den er der. Men cries goodbye. A thunder roars, deep and quiet, making love with the silent rain. Christ flashes before my eyes with empty face. You changed the world. Goodbye.
That was the Swan song from Substance for God, Opal Vault and Lueurs from Sadness. Then we had a pair of tunes from Saturnus, Paradise Belongs to You, and the live version of Christ Goodbye live. And we heard from Albert at the very beginning of that set. So, yeah, our globe hopping continues, Mark. We jump from Denmark to Switzerland to Israel, and now we're heading, we head from the geopolitical
Down
nightmare of the
under.
Middle East to the land down under, Vegemite and Midnight Oil, two
That's right.
things that go together.
In excess.
Yeah, and In Excess, yep, and AC/DC, Radio Birdman. We can just keep naming shit if you want, but
AC/DC
yeah,
were transplants, though.
that is true. That is true. Yep. But from Melbourne, that's how you say that. Not
Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Yeah, you
Melbourne.
don't.
Yeah, and we get
URN.
Paramaecium, and yeah, really pretty interesting band altogether. We have time to get unpack it all, but they're led by future bioethics research scientist named Andrew Tompkins, and it was his lyrics and storytelling that really made the band one of the leading, I guess, Christian death doom bands out of the whole scene. I don't think there were. You had Trouble that kind of got a little tag at certain points, but I can't think of a lot.
Are they Christian, or are they using
I think
Christian
they're just using
themes
biblical
as-
stuff.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Paramaecium or Trouble?
Well, Trouble, they weren't necessarily Christian. They're
No,
using it
no,
as
no.
imagery, but I don't know if these guys were either.
I think
We're
from the interviews I read, he wasn't like a hardcore religious guy. He was really fascinated by Christianity and Christian lore. Now he's like a staunch atheist, he said. But at the time, I think he was exploring his, spirituality and things like that when
Which
he
I'm
was
fine,
putting together stuff.
Yeah, I grew up as a Catholic. A lot of that stuff still has resonance. And there's a lot of power behind. I mean, if there wasn't Christianity, how many bands would still exist?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, what would Deicide be doing? You could have Deicide.
Yeah, but I mean,
as
even
Slayer
just stuff like,
famously said, there is no heaven without a hell. So
Yeah, at the gates, the imagery is there. Like that, this is a potent source of imagery.
yeah.
So yeah, I don't remember because I remember this album was kind of a big deal at the time, at least to me and
I'm
Chris.
gonna ask you what you guys knew about Paramaecium.
I don't
'cause,
ever remember anything about this is my mind, but I don't remember anything about Christianity being talked about.
Huh?
In it outside of just like the obvious, stuff like just using it as like a backdrop for talking about crazy shit like Candlemass or whatever would do. But I remember the whole look of this band was a big deal. The like the illuminated manuscript shit on the front, and like just the whole sound of this band was kind of I remember this being kind of a big deal. I don't know if anybody else thought that, or maybe we just got serviced 2 copies of this and we were excited because we got to have 2 copies.
Yeah, 2 copies. Yeah.
But this was pretty early on in Requiem. I don't know if we bought it or were serviced. I really don't remember. And I haven't listened to this in forever. But I was very I had a good time with this record.
Did you? Okay, I was gonna pick this as one of the ones that I thought you might have liked. So far, what we got? Sadness as being one of the 4. Paramaecium being one of the 4.
Sadness is a half.
Oh, that was a half. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. All right.
Because I looked at how much the album cost. And
I mean, I don't know if the next band we're gonna cover counts, because I would have figured that's not a band that that's a band I thought you kind of probably already knew about. So I don't know if that band counts or not.
Playlist out again.
Yeah, so I know that would be my guess for number 2, but again, I don't know if they count because I feel like you already knew them, but maybe you didn't. I don't know.
But it's not about knowing; it's about appreciating.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. But yeah,
you were correct. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, it's hard to not like that band. That's the band Albert was like, you guys need to fucking do a show on these guys. That's how good they are. I was like, yeah, you're not wrong. They're pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was curious because Paramaecium, I think it's in the conversation the listeners will hear between me and Albert that will start this whole set off. I remember this sitting around used at New Moon, and I couldn't really figure out what it was because I don't know, I think Chris was already gone at that point, and maybe you hadn't started working at the store yet, and it was just sort of there, and I couldn't tell if it was like some medieval kind of thing because of the weird cover, right? And the logo
totally.
and all.
Yeah.
So I was like, I just didn't buy it it just sort of sat there. I think Manu was like, oh, this is a great record. And I think he grabbed it and I was like, oh, okay. And I didn't really think much about it, but now I'm I own it now, but at the time I was like, fuck, I could have gotten there for like $3 or something,
Yeah. No, they reissued the album. It's $130 now.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Holy shit. I mean, I'm sure it's never been reissued.
No, I don't think it was ever on vinyl either, but until this reissue. But this is one of those things that has that that kind of purity of like what it is. It's kind of just a little like a moment in time, and there wasn't a hell of a lot of, anything coming from Australia really, as far as extreme metal went, let alone something as specific
Disembowelment. Pretty much these guys, Disembowelment, and not a lot else.
Sadistic Execution.
Yeah, well, and another band that I'm about to talk about that's part of this band. So I don't know how much research you did because there's a lot of bands to cover. So I figured you might not have gone too deep down the rabbit hole, but the duo that formed the band was Andrew Tompkins, who wrote all the lyrics and things like that, and I think he played bass and sang. And then Jason Duran was the guitar player. They were joined by another Jason with a Y, Jay, son, Sherlock, from Mortification on drums. So the drummer for this band is the dude from Mortification, which is, I think, part of why they got associated and tagged a little bit as like a Christian death doom band, because Mortification was kind of Christian death metal for lack of term, right? Isn't that kind of how they were marketed? I think they were, they're like kind of they were trying to stand out by saying that's what they were. Yeah. So, and then you get Exhumed of the Earth. So I think it was a 3-piece that put this together. But
well, and I love how the cover works, where it's exhumed by the Earth by the name of the band.
Yeah. So did you and Chris? Did you guys cover this record in Requiem? I didn't really go back and look.
I don't know, because our first issue would have been late '92, early '93.
Okay.
I'd have to go back and look and see if we did anything. I feel like we might have reviewed it. I have a very strong memory of the cover and having like a physical version of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird to think about. Like, I've literally not thought about this band for 30 years, but
well, Here's a band that like I kind of think we haven't really brought up at all, and it's because they really would only have one record that would be valuable, not because I don't love the other records, but valuable to this in part one. And I think that, Force of Equilibrium is also part of the DNA and conversation, along with the Peaceful Three, of some aspects of what the European doom scene in the '90s turned into. Would you say that's a fair
Oh,
assessment for
absolutely. I think
some of
they
these
were the
harder bands?
other. Yeah, it was the
Yeah,
Peaceful Three in Cathedral. Yeah,
but
for
it's
at least the
but
first record.
that I was gonna say, but then obviously, Cathedral very quickly sort of morphed into something else after Forest. But I think there's a lot of Forest, especially in like Removed of the Grave and things like that in this record. That from what I
Yeah.
listened to,
Well, and
yeah,
multiple different bands on in this list. Take from either the pace of Cathedral or what Lee was doing vocally, but then like dropping it a little bit more gutturally than he was doing. Or
yeah.
there's a lot of notes in these couple 3 or 4 pages that I did of for this episode of where Cathedral is mentioned.
Okay, good, good. Because we just never brought up Cathedral, I think, at all in part one, and I kind of was like, oh, that's weird, because they were so vital to the early '90s. I guess there was some death aspects that Lee was doing with how he sings on Forest a bit. It's definitely not clean singing,
I
it's
would call it
pretty,
Death Doom for sure.
yeah, for
Because after
sure.
that, they just go so full trouble that in
Yeah.
Witchfinder General that it's not even funny. And I didn't know who those bands were at that time.
Uh-huh.
And then going in retrospect, I was like, oh my God, like they fucking worship at the altar of trouble.
Yeah, yeah. But Exhumed to the Earth, like, basically the album is the story of Christ's life, death, and rebirth, which,
Hmm.
so that's kind of what they're getting in. So Removed of the Grave is literally like exactly what you think it is. It's like Easter, and,
Yeah.
and some of that sort of stuff. So,
Yeah.
but
Actually, have in my notes for this song, Cathedral Forest, the
yeah,
sustained guitars. There's even like carcass riffs in this.
some bolt thrower riffs in Injudicial.
Yeah.
I heard kind of, Carcass bolt thrower, kind of the catchy mid-paced death metal kind of riff going on.
And
I
it's like
think the
very good,
flutes.
has feeling.
Yes, and I think the flutes, when you hear flutes, like the only record you can kind of hear, think of is like Force of Equilibrium, the
Yeah.
opening of it. So,
Yeah.
um, but yeah, and really like fucking Jason Sherlock's drums are pretty fantastic throughout. I mean, I never really listened much to Mortification. I think maybe Craig Johnson might have had them because he
I
was
don't
kind of
think I
into that
ever
Christian
did
thing.
listen to them. I remember seeing the cover and
Yeah,
I probably heard them by reputation. I was like, I don't want any of this God shit. Like,
yeah. I wonder how they
the
hold
more
up
evil, the
now.
better.
It's probably pretty meat and potatoes, but I'm sure it's not terrible.
It's
There's probably a
probably it's
place
probably
for it.
fine.
Yeah, it's probably something we'd actually like now,
There's so many
but
things that I just wrote off for stupid, you know, reasons as a kid, and then you hear them
mhm,
like, oh, that band's really good. I mean,
exactly.
like Deicide, for instance.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yep. I kind of always liked Deicide a little, but I never liked them a lot. Not like the way I liked like Morbid Angel or something like that.
Sure.
So it's
But
kind of fun
mostly
to
it
go
was
back
because
now.
they were like the headliners or the people wearing Deicide shirts were the guys that were, like kick us in the side in the pit or something
Yeah.
like, it was this more like kind of aggressive macho thing. And we just wanted to watch these bands play.
They were like the death metal equivalent of like Pantera fans at the time, just kind of
Yeah.
assholish
Same
sometimes,
with even
or at
like
least
up
aggressive.
until, man, what was that? Probably, God, at this point, probably 15 years ago, but um, went to a Suffocation show. It was at
Oh yeah,
the,
those were rough
God,
shows
where
too.
was the shelter?
Harpos? Oh, Shep. Okay, got it.
And I got kicked in the side of the head.
Yeah.
And I was like, everybody there's fucking old or older than me. I was like, what is going on? I was standing behind a pole and I still got fucking kicked. And I was like, this is
Jesus.
why I don't go to I want to see the band, but I'm just going to stand in the back.
Yeah.
I don't need to be fucking kicked in the head at this age.
There was some I saw Suffocation open for I think Morbid Angel up in Flint recently, like a year and a half ago.
Oh, the new singer?
Yeah, and it was
Yeah.
it was good. Yeah, and it
And
wasn't too violent, but there was definitely some pits happening. It's a
but
Suffocation show,
they've
so
got that, the vibe where people it's I don't know, it's almost like a hardcore show. 80s hardcore show where, people are just beating the shit out of each other, but
Oh, the other thing I was going to say before we leave off of Paramecium is I kind of dig the way that they use the sort of spoken female chants mixing with like guttural.
I
That's kind
think
of
that was
something that
cool. Yeah, that's because
Yeah.
man, one of my pet peeves, or at least not, it's just something that has not aged well for me, is that we talked about last time was the Beauty and the Beast vocals. And I think this was a really interesting way to do them.
Well, the band that did that on part one, and I don't know how deep you went in because obviously you haven't had maybe as much free time with all the crazy shit that's been going on for you. But Funeral was a band that if you listen to a few more of their songs than what we played,
Yeah.
they often used female vocals in that way. It wasn't like Beauty and the Beast. It was more like esoteric female vocals and then guttural on top. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. That's what I like to hear, you
I
know?
dig the, yeah, like
Um,
the almost the choirish kind of thing in the background and then the brutal shit over the top, not the duet kind of stuff.
sure, sure. So basically, the other, after this, in '93, we get 3 years later. They put out Within the Ancient Forest in '96. It's an album I need to check out. I have no knowledge of that record. I don't know if you guys ever listened to their second record either or
I don't
not. But
remember that. That's the one that's available on vinyl that's reasonably priced. And I was
oh,
like,
is it?
well, I'm
Yeah.
not going to pull the
So
trigger because I've never listened to it.
and I didn't get a chance before recording this to see if it held up or anything, but
Yeah,
definitely this record from start to finish is pretty fun if you can find it. You can find it cheaper on CD than you can vinyl. I can
for sure.
attest to that. But
And it's on
and then,
everything I've listened to for this show is on YouTube.
yeah, yeah, and some of it's on Spotify. Not all of it. Some of it's too obscure even for Spotify and
Well,
stuff.
yeah, a
But
lot of our shows, I just go straight to YouTube because I've got the YouTube Pro thing where I don't pay for, I don't have to
oh,
have
you don't
any
have the ads and
commercials.
stuff. That's
Yeah,
perfect.
and
Yep.
they
If I
have
had that,
literally
do that.
everything. So
I was yeah, say everything that was definitely on the show is on YouTube. Yep. So now we leave Australia and we move way north again, and we go to Finland, and we arrive
uh,
at Unholy, who are probably one of the heavyweights of this episode, according to Albert and
I would
I think
agree with
us.
that.
Yeah, they're a band that, as Albert said, they deserve their own episode probably at a certain point. But they started as a four-piece called Holy Hell in Imatra in 1988. I think Imatra is obviously a town in Finland, and with the core being a Jarkko Tovanen and Ismo Tovanen on guitars, and then Pasi Aijo on vocals and bass, and a drummer named Kimo Hananen. And then they basically changed their name in 1990. And I wanted to share just one little thing that's in that Doom lexicon book here, if I can find it. I'm operating with one hand right now, so if viewers hear me making more noise than usual, it's because I'm struggling to get my shit together here. But what did they say? Oh, yeah, it's kind of a cool quote from Ismo, and he says, "We want to be heavier than other bands because I think none of us like traditional death speed metal. Celtic Frost and Black Sabbath were some kind of idols to us, but we also like bands like Voivod and Coroner too. So the result was some kind of mix from those two. But we didn't consciously try to copy any bands. Actually, it was more like we wanted to avoid taking too much influence from other bands. As a part of that, we listened to very different music in our personal lives, like Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, classical stuff like Bach. So it was, in the end, a mixture of many things. Our only conscious idea was to play heavy stuff." And I thought that's probably a really good explanation for a band that's kind of hard to pin down, frankly. Like they're
Yeah,
they're doing a lot of different things throughout a lot of the songs that we're going to hear in the next couple sets. And I think just them describing it as being a band that not only love Black Sabbath and Celtic Frost, but also Voivod makes perfect sense to me. Like, okay, yeah, okay. So they're just doing weird shit all the time and progressively trying to change themselves. And I think that's a good way of putting that. And then basically after a handful of demos, they recorded their debut called From the Shadows in 1993. Pretty cool cover of an Olmec statue from like 3,000 years ago. The Olmecs were kind of, predate like the Aztecs and Incans and Mayans and some of those kind of groups. So that's kind of a weird thing to throw on a Finnish Death Doom cover, kind of like the sadness cover, right, with the
yeah.
African person, so I dig that kind of esoteric, like what the fuck is this. And it was pretty infamous because it was so raw recorded and it was put together in a Vienna power station, was the name of the recording studio in Finland.
Yeah.
And it's pretty evident when you hear the song Alone, that we'll hear from the Shadows, just all fucking raw. And they basically talk about no one knew what they were doing in the studio. And it's always been the charm, right, of this era of metal, is that a lot of the producers didn't know how to record it properly. So it ends up sounding so offbeat, a little bit.
Well, yeah,
So,
I feel that's like if the like because now everybody can sound good if you really want
mhm.
to. Like there's the like plugins, like you can sound like any guitar amp you ever wanted, but like and especially in Finland had this they've always had this magic of this organic sound, this lack of a better term, like um everything in
It's
Finland,
very analog. It's a lot of
yeah.
analog-y kind of
And like
vibe to
it's
it.
almost
Yep.
like, like an asphyx guitar tone, it's dirty. And for the notes for this song, like the Finns always do it better and weirder.
Yeah, that's it.
Like
Yeah.
lots of atmosphere, the keyboard, like everything about it is just it's interesting and great.
Super weird keyboard passages on Alone are
Yeah,
really like fucking awesome, like unsettling and cool.
yeah,
I I always thought like the guitar riff at the fucking beginning, it's like Dark Throne doing like Doom. It's like this buzzsaw sort of Doom that's like real like what the fuck.
yeah,
Anguish vocals throughout that are like not unlistenable, but they're definitely not pleasant, and that's what makes it sort of charming.
yes.
Um,
That there's the there's only so many bands that can do that in a way that I'm not turned off by.
yeah, it's almost
And
like
they do it pretty
like
well.
swampy is what I said.
Yeah,
It's almost like gross sounding, like it's just so poorly recorded, swampy, like it's
it's like
it's just weird.
Verathron or something.
Yeah, yes, it's super fucking strange. Yeah, you're not wrong there. There's even like a weird psych doom solo in the middle of it. Like what the fuck? Like it's just it's cool. It's
I don't know how old they were when they did this, but the way that um like Finns were recording or like amorphous stuff was recorded like Privilege of Evil was probably I don't know, some of those
they're
guys
like
are like 15
15.
years old.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's another touchstone to a lot of this stuff is that the Tommy Kuvasari death metal
Hmm.
vocals come in a lot, the real breathy, long held out stuff. Yeah, there's just something about Finland and honestly, I haven't read the books. I've got so many fucking books about shit, but Finland is
Got an
just such an
amorphous book. Yeah.
yeah, such an interesting I don't know much about culturally outside of, they're super close to Russia. Um, but a friend of mine who lived in Bergen was always like, well, they're like the Mexico of Scandinavia.
Yeah, they're definitely looked down upon a little bit from the
Yeah,
the Norwegians and Swedes.
and I feel
So
like they have their stuff is so unique that I don't know. I mean, there's a lot that's kind of a loaded
I think
statement,
I
but
would compare, if I had to, from a history teacher standpoint, what I would say is this: is I think that they're sort of like what Greece and Italy are to Northern Europe, in that like Germany and France might like look down on Greece or like Southern Italy for having just kind of a different lifestyle and vibe to them, maybe perhaps,
yeah,
and maybe see themselves as like superior because they're Northern Europeans and they're more industrialized and whatever,
sure,
And I think that's kind of the same relationship, but that's also why you get like Doom S, Death SS, and Rotting Christ from those places, and
yeah,
you're not going to get them from like Central or Northern Europe, right? Like,
sure.
so I think Finland's like the kind of equivalent of that to the sophistication or whatever that Norway and Sweden had at the time, I suppose.
Well,
I
we
don't know
talked
if you could.
about on or before we started recording about I was mentioning how like Finland has it almost feels like South America with like with the like the primal kind of like it sounded so like when you hear a band you're like these guys are from South America. They just have this unique sound and like they don't sound like anybody else
Mhm.
and especially going back and like listening to getting like remastered demos of old Sentence stuff and Impaled Nazarene like it was such a weird Beharit a weird fucking scene like
Mhm.
these going like nobody sounds the same at all yet they have this kind of like warm analog kind of 70s vibe somehow
Like the
even if it goes
Zizmas and stuff
yeah
like that. Yep.
yeah
Yep.
it's crazy
Or, yeah, even like stuff Amorphous did, in their early years, before they got a little cleaner. So,
hmm
um, Yeah, definitely a strange country, strange vibes, and one we've always kind of like I think had great admiration for the offbeat kind of the Finnish kind of 70s kind of sound that kind of runs its way through, in
Yeah.
certain ways.
And then like
Um,
them talking like at least in some of these, I think it might be in the what's the book now? The Riding Waves to Misery book. Like how
mhm.
big of a
Yeah,
deal like Carcass was on like third generation tapes to the sound of, like one band has this big impact to the underground metal scene on the sound. Like it's just all the like going back and like hearing all this stuff and putting things together is just it's so random and interesting how all the stuff came together.
just the accidental discoveries or like what like kind of broke through,
Yeah, what
like
stuck with people and got kids excited and like, oh man, you got to check this out. And like, oh, cool. Maybe we can try to sound like Rika Putrefaction. Is like, who the fuck can possibly sound like that?
yeah, yeah.
That's another record I've been listening to a lot lately, actually.
Oh, Reek. Okay,
Yeah,
that's fun. Always fun.
yeah,
So I don't pull Reek out very much. I mean, symphonies I do quite a bit, but
I do too.
yeah,
But I
it's
I listened to
been a
Rika
while.
about 4 times in a row,
Did you?
and
Nice.
I had kind of an awakening.
Okay, cool.
So
Yeah. I mean, obviously I like that record. It's just
yeah.
it's you have to be in a mood for it for
Oh
sure.
yeah,
But
it's and I mean it's as Jeff Walker called it a musical abortion. So um, I
but
definitely
it
I get
people
that, but
grabbed
there's
it.
something about it that's just like undeniable.
Well, I think it's got like some aspects of like White Light, White Heat from Velvets, where it's just like a mess and
It is.
noisy,
It's
but
dark.
that's the
It's
charm, So,
disgusting. It sounds awful.
yep,
And like that's what everybody wanted. They wanted to be the most extreme. So what's more extreme than sounding like shit?
sound like shit. Yeah,
But it
yeah.
still had interest, and there's still dynamics to it and stuff. It wasn't just like naive bad playing. It was just a kind of a culmination of a lot of things. But
Because clearly those guys had chops coming out of napalm, so like there
yeah,
there was things happening there,
yeah,
So, but yeah, kind of like this the From the Shadows, where it's like you poorly record it and no one knowing what they're doing, and there's the charm.
hmm
So, but by the time you get for Unholy to their second record, which is widely considered to be kind of their masterpiece, certainly of the more traditional death doom, I suppose, they get hooked up with Avant Garde Records, which was a pretty cool, not a huge label, but a label that I think used to sort of signal quality,
They're a
at
cutting
least to
edge
me.
label, I think. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean they had some really cool records, and obviously they're titled Avant Garde for a reason, but it was like I don't know. There were certain labels in this era that just like spelled quality, and Avant-Garde was one where you could almost like trust something just buying it if it was on Avant-Garde, I
yeah.
suppose. Um, and they get a better studio. Ismo moved from second to guitar to full-time keys, so they now have a full-time keyboard player. And then they brought in this woman named Marja Salmila for the female vocals, and things get a lot more hallucinogenic, weird, and progressive by the time you get to Second Ring of Power, which
Yeah.
um, is it's a record that Albert and Chris both spoke very fondly of, and you'll hear from both of them talking a little bit about Unholy and different parts coming up here. um
Do you think Chris likes it because is it some kind of Lord of the Rings reference?
Second ring, yeah, maybe, yeah, or it's his deep-seated secret love for Kiss Unholy, perhaps,
Well, I'm
well,
very proud of Chris that he started picking up some records, some Kiss
he
records.
did. He said
He
it's finally
said this
coming.
was like his, I'd rather die than listen to a Kiss record. And then I was talking to him about like, dude, you need to just check out. It's like, oh, I picked up like, these 4 records, like later era stuff,
Yeah, I
like
was to
maybe
say
some Vinnie Vincent stuff. But I was like,
that's
dude,
his
I'm
that's
proud of you.
his era. Yep,
Yeah,
yep. It's if it's cock rocky, Chris likes that stuff more,
yeah.
than
But
maybe
there's
the other
there's no
stuff.
band outside. I mean, there's certain bands, but as far as like in extreme metal or anything, and that I'm like, oh, there's no way. There's very few that is something like is elemental as Kiss is like influential as Kiss was. I can't think of a band like I was that way with Dokken for a long time, and then I just said, "All right, Don, take me. I'm ready
Take me
to
over.
take your
Yeah,
journey."
exactly.
Yeah,
Possess me. Yep,
yeah,
yep. Sometimes you just got to give in,
it's true.
So I get it. I get it.
But I'm
I
willing to
get.
give anything a chance. I'm not willing to give anything a chance, but stuff that has merit, it's around,
If it's name dropped enough, like I kind of always want to figure out why it's important. That's always
Yeah,
been like a thing. Like,
of
oh,
course.
this is something,
Hmm.
So, and it took me a while, with Kiss too. I like some Kiss songs a lot more than Chris certainly did, but it wasn't till I think a couple years before we finally put that Kiss episode together that I kind of, especially their '70s stuff, where I was like, you know what, I'm digging a lot of this. It's got some garagey vibes to it and raw aspects to it. I think I just heard the hits so much that you
Yeah.
got to go into the deeper cuts a little bit more and find the gems that are
And
hiding around.
go to the first record. It's a good like post glam rock
Yeah.
garage band, really.
Yep.
Um,
Yep. It's not super far away from, it's like just a little, it's like Alice Cooper and Stooges riffs kind of combined. It's not as
mhm.
raw as the Stooges, and it's got a little gleam of that garage rawness kind of built in.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
And speaking of garage raw built in, Lady Babylon from Second Ring of Power. Just kidding. That was a bad segue. But we get, when we get into these last two Unholy tunes from this set here, you get this kind of I told you them they brought in this female vocalist named Marja, and her vocals in Lady Babylon, man, I wrote they lure you into a doom vortex, almost like a doomier swans, almost like a Jarbo kind of like doing like these incantation chants and shit, while the music
I can
keeps
see that,
getting
yeah.
heavier and heavier and heavier, and then you get the opening scream at the end leading to Neverending Day, and it's so like I thought these songs needed to kind of be near each other because of the way they're sequenced in the album, but it's like I don't know. What were some of your thoughts on
Well,
on some of this kind of
I've got
stuff?
a really stupid, succinct kind of summation of Lady Babylon.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Grunge mayhem.
Ooh, grunge mayhem. All right.
The
I was thinking more
dissonance,
Swans, but
and
yeah.
then yeah, it was just that was my that was just
Like,
dumb
so
and
like if
tired, but
like so wait, hang on. I misunderstood that. So you're saying if Mayhem, like Norwegian Mayhem was like a grunge band? Is that what
yes,
you mean?
yes.
Oh, at first I thought you were using like mayhem in the term like just pandemonium or something.
Oh yeah,
But now
like
I
the definition,
understand.
yeah.
I like that. That's
Okay.
cool. Yeah, now I get what you're saying. All right, cool. Yeah. Go ahead, explain yourself. I like where you're going with
That's
this.
all I got.
Oh, just a feeling, just like
That
you
that
had
was my
grunge
feeling.
mayhem.
Yeah.
I like it. Okay. Um, well, then you get to Never Ending Day, and pretty avant, pretty bleak. In the Doom lexicon, the author, this is what he had to say, and I thought he captured it really, really well. He wrote, "Haunting duet of bleak female and male vocals, coupled with thumping riffs and possessed-sounding harsh vocals, paint a sonic picture of fever-inducing sleepwalking in the depths of the night, mental decay, desolation, and a never-ending gray day." It's like,
It's
well,
pretty good.
I can't fucking say it better than that. So,
No, I've got agony vocals, super slow pinch harmonics.
yeah, there you go. And there's the My Dying Bride pinch harmonics,
Yeah.
So, um, yeah, it's interesting, it's bleak maybe in some ways, but as we'll find out in the next set of music, like if bleak's not always your thing, then just stay on board because the next record that they do has some other elements to it that I think are also interesting. So yeah,
I
so let's
mean,
get into
they're
it.
almost kind
Oh,
of uh, Unholy's almost you throw them almost in like a weird Beyond Dawn kind of sense. Like they get really weird.
yep. And I even listened to a record we didn't cover because it kind of comes out like I think technically in 2000, which is the record after Rapture,
Hmm.
and it's really beautiful. It's like a really like a Beyond Dawn. I wouldn't even consider it Death Doom anymore. There's maybe a few little hints of it, but it's like it's a weird record, and I liked it a lot. Grace Fallen, I believe it's called,
Hmm.
and it had been years since I've listened to it. I was like, this kind of has like some really pretty aspects, but not like Beauty and the Beast pretty, but just like calming. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird, but anyways, let's not put the cart before the horse. So we're gonna hear from Albert a second time here, kind of talking a little bit about some of Unholy and Paramaecium and some of this stuff. Then we'll hear a pair of tunes from Paramaecium, from the Exhumed of the Earth record from 1993, Injudicial and Remove of the Grave, and then we'll hear a trio of tunes from Unholy. First, Alone from their debut From the Shadows, and then a pair of tunes from the second Ring of Power from 1994, Lady Babylon and Neverending Day. Paramaecium hail from Australia, and we're coming from a Christian point of view. You've got Jason from Mortification on drums, and they do this record Exhumed of the Earth in '93 that's like a concept record about Christ's life and rebirth and death and all this sort of stuff. Where do they fit into the Death Doom narrative? Because I mean, you had Disembowelment that was kind of in Australia as well. Was there, and they're from Melbourne, I think both bands are. Was that just geographic coincidence, or do you think there was actually something kind of brewing down under, as they say? Or I don't know. What are your thoughts on the Australian side of things and Paramaecium, and where do they fit into the story?
I think that was 100% geographic coincidence. I,
That's what I
I
thought too. I'm not hip to it, so I was like, maybe Albert knows something I don't know. So
I think if you listen to those records and then hear where everybody went, like after it, like Paramecium did a couple more Death Doom records, I believe,
I think
and
so.
obviously, the Mortification connection and the whole Christian angle that they had, which didn't deter me. I was
You're a huge believer fan,
I am
so
a huge
yeah,
believer fan,
yeah.
and man, yeah, I still am a huge believer fan. But and where Disembowelment would eventually kind of turn with Trial of the Bow, like, I think that is just they just were like Australia is a large continent, not super populated, but
Yeah.
you can probably find two Death Doom bands there. But yeah, Paramecium was like that was always the first thing like you'd see in any distro list or any catalog for that record was Christian Death Doom band, and it was like I don't, I mean, like I don't think it sold one more record because of it, be honest with you. And it like, and I didn't, the theme was interesting to me, and I still love Exhumed to the Earth. I think that record just crushes. The opening track that goes on forever just floors me every time. Um, so I'm way, way, way down with Paramecium. Um, who was the other band? I'm sorry.
Just them. Yeah, just
Yeah.
Paramecium. Yeah, from Australia. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was kind of curious, what your thoughts were, because I used to see that Paramecium record used at New Moon, and it sat there for like years.
And
And
that stink of Jesus on it. That's
the
just
cover
so
was
off-putting.
weird. Like I thought it was something like some weird like medieval metal or something. Yeah, it just had like a weird the I don't know the way that first cover was. It didn't scream to me like extreme metal for some reason. I think
Wasn't there a
Chris or
giant
somebody was like,
tombstone on it or
they're
something?
okay. What's that?
Wasn't there a giant tombstone on it or something?
It's like it's white, it's got some green, it's got
Yeah.
like some different like things. It had like a I don't know. It just for some reason didn't grab me.
There we go.
Yeah. And now when
Yeah,
I
no,
look at it,
there's looks like it's a
it's
no,
too
it's an
yellow. Maybe
angel. It's an angel in a
uh
cemetery.
maybe that's the stink of it all is the too much angelic stuff. But no,
It also says exhumed of the earth by Paramecium, which is a nice touch.
it isn't a
Uh,
logo. I don't know. It had like a Monty Python vibe or something. I don't know. But maybe that's just like again, you're talking about like what was my perception as like an 18-year-old, like flipping through piles of used CDs and stuff. I think I just wasn't. I think Chris and Mark didn't really speak about it, so I just kind of left it alone. And I think if they had been like, no, dude, you got to buy that record. So I don't even know how Mark and Chris feel about Paramecium. I got to ask them.
I mean
So
that's like again for me that was one of those bands in the hunt to find anything in that style
yeah,
or that vibe, and I felt like they did a good job of capturing that vibe.
yeah. So in the same set with Paramaecium, we're leaving Australia, and now we're kind of heading over to Finland with one of I would say one of the more prolific bands that we're covering on this show, which is Unholy. Um, First, I guess thoughts on the Finnish doom scene. That was, I mean, it was part of the birth of something near and dear to you, which is funeral doom, obviously with Thurgathan, and you had bands like Shape of Despair and some other bands that were kind of floating around in that kind of scene. So I guess start first with the Finnish death doom scene and probably why it worked better ultimately than maybe the Norwegian one that we kind of talked about earlier in the show. And then what about these three Unholy records that we're going to be sort of covering, the first three records? What's the band's legacy? What are your thoughts on the band and some of that? So lots to chew on here. Go in whatever direction you want to go in. So
So I'll say for starters that Unholy deserve their own Requiem
probably
episode
do. Yeah.
because they were fantastic. They were probably my favorite out of the Finnish bands. Obviously, Thorgothan Stream from the Heavens is a pillar of
Mhm.
extreme music of any subgenre as far as I'm concerned. But it's one record and it's one, it's like it's the Repulsion Horrified of extreme doom as far as I'm concerned.
And those guys became this Mortal Coil, right? I think, didn't they?
Uh
Or is that? I think it's
no,
this. No, this
this
empty
empty
coil,
flow, this
this
empty
empty flow, this
yeah,
Mortal Coil, and this empty
yeah,
flow in my
yeah.
brain just merged together. But
That's
yeah,
all right. I always just
yep.
I, for a little while I had a hard time going, okay, disembowelment's trial of the bow. They're Gothon's this empty flow. Yeah, you got
It
you need a little
kind of
rhyme scheme
rhymes
to
though.
make
The
it work.
bow and the
Yeah,
flow. That's
yeah.
a good. I like
Got to
that.
bow with the flow, man. Got to bow with
Yep,
the
you gotta go. No, I
but
agree. I think unearthing these Unholy records, which I owned a lot of them, I had to buy the first record. For some reason, I didn't have that, even though I heard it back in the day. I was like, fuck, I remember loving these records, and I just haven't pulled them out in a long time. So you're right. This could unearth a future Unholy episode, but sorry, continue.
they were, like mentioned Catatonia earlier as this kind of black doom band, and Unholy were another one of those. I mean, the fact that, there was the Procession of Black Doom like song, like that probably uh contributed to that, and the fact that they wore like weird corpse paint and hoods, um as with the first record. I think they kind of abandoned that a bit by Second Ring of Power. I believe they were wearing like shades or something like on the album
You're right.
sleeves
Yeah.
of Second Ring of Power. But like they
I mean, even Catatonia did like corpse paint on, the
the
first,
demo. Yeah,
yeah, the demo era. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So,
Yeah, they were out in the woods with the axe. Yeah.
yep, yep,
So like I think that's like so you have those kind of roots. So you have this little more kind of menacing, aggressive sound that comes in. Um, and that's more apparent on the first EP and LP. But by the time you get to Second Ring of Power, that's when the weirdness starts coming out, and like kind of the semi drugged out like um vibe that I think it's probably in Air, where they have the guest vocalist. Like I just remember the line where it's like she's singing it and it's like the line is like I want to be eternally dazed. Which I just
yeah.
you always like, oh wow, yeah, you just want to be high forever. Okay, I got you. But I think that like there was like that element like where okay, you want to do drugs, but and you're gonna play metal, but it's definitely not gonna be a stoner thing at all.
Yeah.
It's gonna go to like trippy, like weird, dark places. And I felt like they did that. They incorporated female vocals really interesting, not in a gothy way at all. I really like the way they approach stuff, and I think if you want to talk about their legacy, the band that immediately comes to mind for me now is Worm.
Yep.
And it's something when I first started corresponding with Worm, I just immediately was just like, I see what you're doing with the Unholy stuff, and I fully endorse this, like 100% on board.
Did they
And
respond to that? Did they confirm that in their
not 100%, but like again, it's like I I certainly don't want to come across Worm being like an unholy ripoff band
No,
because
it could just be
Worm are doing a bunch of things
for
that
sure they are. Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
but
But
like
there's a
if
vibe there. I get it.
there
Yeah.
is a vibe and they have it and it's not like that dude doesn't own Second Ring of Power. There's no fucking way, So like I it's cool to see somebody of relevance in 2024 taking elements of what Unholy did 30 years ago. It's super gratifying because that's another band that's just like kind of lost to time. One of those bands when they were active, like I was always like, oh, maybe MDF will pull off something and get them here. And it just didn't. It never, I guess, lined up while they were still active, you know.
Think with like Rapture and then the record after that, they started to get a little like I don't know, a little bit more mainstream traction. There was like a moment for them where like people I was hanging out with were all into Unholy for a couple years there, and
Grace
then it just
Fallen,
sort
is
of
that the
faded.
last
I
one?
think it was Grace Fallen. Yeah, yep.
I can't remember. Not all of those records were avant-garde, were they? Did they go somewhere else?
The first three definitely are. I'd have to look at the Grace Fallen one. That might have switched labels at that point, but I can't remember. But
Right.
yeah, yeah. Do you have a favorite Unholy record? That
Second Ring
like
of Power. Second
second
Ring of
ring. That's
Power
the one you
all
grabbed.
day, every day. All day,
Okay.
every day. I mean,
Yeah.
they're all cool. And I do like Rapture and Grace Fallen as like I think they're solid records, but
Well, we're
Second Ring,
playing two songs from Second Ring of Power,
there we go.
which Lady Babylon and Neverending Day. So
Okay, great.
Against
That was Neverending Day, Lady Babylon, and Alone from Unholy. And then we heard a pair of tunes from Paramaecium, Injudicial and Removed of the Grave. And yeah, so we're kind of staying on the old Unholy train here for a little bit, kind of a half set of this. We're going to use sort of Chris and Albert to kind of break this mega setup into kind of two little parts, and I think that's okay because of just the nature of the beast of how we're doing it. But um, I did want to mention that Unholy came in second Ring of Power at number 80 on the Decibel Doom list of that Decimal Doom Metal special that Mark you did the cover of many probably what 10 years ago, 8 years
I
ago.
don't know.
Yeah,
This is my 17th year for Decibel, so it could have been.
so yeah, it was a while ago, but yeah, so the pretty good. So that was their good showing, you know. But basically, what happened when with Unholy after Second Ring of Power, and the reason there's like a 4 year gap between the albums is kind of after failing to garner much attention with that Second Ring of Power record, the band kind of went on hiatus for 18 months, and when they finally came back together, only three original members rejoined to record Rapture in 1997, and then release it a year later in '98. And Ismo, the guitarist keyboardist, basically what he said about Rapture was this, and it's another little piece from the Doom lexicon. He said he described his idea behind Rapture. He said, "I had a feeling that I wanted to make an album that is even more radical than From the Shadows was, so I turned everything to a more minimalistic direction. I wrote Wretched during the band's inactivity. I wrote that song basically for nobody because there was no band. I had no idea what band would play that. Unzeitgeist was also from that time period, but after we got back together and Jan heard some of those songs, he wanted them for the album. They were not very nice songs, but we didn't care. Good songs, yeah, but not nice. So we kind of decided to make an album that spits in the listener's face. I even got rid of traditional guitar solos, writing them to be more like part of the song itself. I think Rapture is the heaviest and the most minimalistic album from Unholy. However, if I would arrange it today, I would definitely make some changes to it. Maybe it was too extreme, even to myself. So, kind of a, interesting theory behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think these three songs kind of, personify that to some extent. Not necessarily, but I think there's some beautiful aspects to them. But the minimalism is definitely there, and I think they kind of form not a story, but I think you kind of get a definite vibe from this record that's pretty consistent throughout.
The
And
Petrified Spirits it gives me like some heavy modern Rotting Christ vibes,
yeah, some of that.
like the Distant
Um,
Anathema stuff. And
yeah, yep. Kind of black metalish keyboards too, which might be
hmm
the kind of rotting Christ kind of aspect to it. There's a lot of like gothic doom tension too,
yeah,
yeah, just and yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, there's definitely some of that. I think After God's really interesting too. The middle song we're gonna play here, it's kind of got like a post-punk kind of Killing Joke, Sisters of Mercy, Susie and the Banshee kind of vibes throughout, with especially at the rhythm section in it. Um, and there's a really kind of cool hypnotic crawl that adds some kind of doomy atmosphere with there's a cool part with the bass and the eerie keyboards that kind of like intertwine with each other. That's really
hmm
neat. And then Unzeitgeist is the only thing I said. It's like an Italian giallo kind of sounding song, like something you hear like Goblin, but with like I Hate God, like fucking sludge vocals over top of it. It's like if like John Carpenter did like Death Doom or something. It's a very weird instrumentally. It's not quite instrumental because there's definitely screaming over top of it, but it sounds like something you hear in like a weird Italian soundtrack of something in the 70s or 80s,
sure.
Uh, yeah, so it's definitely it's a weird record, like I said, and yeah, and I think if you dig Rapture, definitely go on and check out the other record too, which is Grace Fallen, which has a brighter, oranger cover and stuff like that. So it's definitely a more upbeat record than Rapture. But I listened to all of Rapture last Saturday when I was like shoveling snow, and it completely like fit with the spirit of being out in like nothingness, cold, like blowing wind and stuff. I was like, okay, this works pretty well. So, um, Did you have kind of a favorite era of these three records, like a vibe that's kind of like stood out more to you as like being something that you like the most from Unholy, or
I mean,
was it
probably the
just kind of
first record's kind of where I'm at, I
okay,
think.
that sort of like primal kind of like rawness?
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I kind of, I can kind of grab from whatever. I think Second Ring of Power probably is like the record in a certain way in terms of production and all that other stuff. But there's something kind of charming about Alone that I kind of love too.
Yeah.
So um, so we'll hear, like I said, from Chris at the beginning for the first time, talking a little bit about Unholy. We'll hear from Albert after the three Unholy songs, and then after Albert's done, kind of talking about some stuff, we're gonna get into a whole series of weird bands here. All right, so let's just we'll just kind of knock them out here a little bit and get some kind of thoughts. But Phlebotomized is they were Dutch, a death doom band that emerged from the ashes of a death metal grindcore act called Bacterial Disease and changed their name to
For the better.
Phlebotomize in 1990. Yeah, definitely probably a band that was inspired by Carcass, I'd imagine, speaking of,
Yeah.
the sort of medical grind kind of shit that was happening. And the band basically shared a really common ground love. I was doing some research. It might have been in the Doom Metal lexicon, but the band all collectively loved Somewhere in Time and Seventh Son. So they basically like this is kind of where their interest in acclimating keyboards into the music came from like loving those two Iron Maiden records.
Makes sense.
And they started releasing demos and EPs from 1991 to 1994 before finally releasing this debut, 1994's Immense Intense Suspense, which I ended up just picking up a copy of, and it's pretty cool, the whole thing. And musically it's weird, but definitely sides I think more on the death metal side at times. But the band also employed a violin player, just like My Dying Bride did,
Hmm.
and yeah, I don't know. I mean, the title track that we're gonna hear, intense suspense slash barricade, definitely has a Bride, Celtic Frost, even like a little Skyclad vibe with like kind of the
I
the
would
the
agree with that. I think
yeah the
especially the
vibe.
death vocals are lots of Aaron flourishes, but also some Dave Ingramness to them as
Yeah,
well.
it's a weird kind of record.
Yeah.
I don't
Gang
know. What were
vocals, you know.
Yeah. Did you like this? It's real kitchen sinky. So I was like, I don't know what the
It was
if it's just
it was interesting. I didn't listen to the whole record, so I don't know how to put this in context outside of just what I heard that one song, but
I'll
I
like this.
thought it
It's all
was
pretty
fun.
weird. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fun. It's kind of just a fun thing. I found it for pretty cheap. That's why I picked it up, and I was
I had
like,
a
okay,
really
it's
hard time spelling this when I was looking it
oh
up
my
on
God,
YouTube.
I know.
I was
I
like,
think
Jesus
there's
Christ.
weird. I think I kept misspelling it on Metal Archives too, and
I
like
tried to, I actually used the text to like on looking at like a search on YouTube,
sure,
enabling the
sure.
microphone to just talk instead of trying to, type on an iPad or something. And
You know
it
what's really
just threw all kinds
interesting?
of bullshit at me.
Yeah, I know. One of the things that's interesting that about this band is, this was the one that was recommended for this episode, but I did a little research and poked around and found out that their second record, which came out in 1997, um, I didn't write the name of it down, but it branches off into kind of like psychedelic and grunge influence a little bit with some more clean vocals. It's
Okay.
pretty ahead of its time. It actually kind of sounds like fucking Cave In Jupiter. And I
Huh.
picked it up. It's great. I was like, this is really good. So, um, I don't know. You might actually dig that more because it's like got like a little bit more focus, I would say. But it's
Yeah.
it's it's pretty cool. Yeah. So I mean, I didn't pick a song for it because it's not Death Doom, but definitely kind of interesting. So if you like this phlebotomized stuff out there, people listening, check out their second record too. So then we go to the Czech Republic. And this is what will be for a trio of bands here. Dissolving a Prodigy, we're kind of part of this interesting little Czech death doom movement that loosely included, Forgotten Silence, The Root, Silent Stream of
Oh yeah.
Godless Elegy, Agnus Dei, that kind of merged like Eastern European folk elements into kind of 90s death doom stuff. I mean,
Is this when did Czechoslovakia turn into the Czech Republic? Do you remember?
Well, I think kind of right after the fall of the Soviet Union and the freeing up. So I want to say like 92, 91, 92 in that sort of realm. So this
Okay.
was like
So, so
pretty
all this stuff was
fresh.
like, yeah, fresh and
Hmm. Yeah.
so,
So
then
this,
in the, geez, I'm trying to think what year that would have been. Uh, my partner Lisa, she actually studied puppetry, carving in Czechoslovakia.
would have been in the mid 90s, you think? Probably?
No, because she's five, 6 years younger than me. So, but it's one of those things. We were talking about this a couple of days ago that it's like like when you tell somebody that like, oh, this is like a Wes Anderson kind of thing, like character trait in a movie. Like, who does this?
Yeah.
It's just such
Yeah.
an interesting thing. I was like, that's so cool that this is something that you did,
Yeah. Or being John Malkovich, she could
Yeah.
kind of be, freaking like John Cusack, So yeah, I know that this was something that Chris was definitely focused on a lot, and that's why I wanted to bring Chris in particular for this talk set because
Yeah.
he was such a huge fan of the Czech thing, and I got into it to some extent, but I was never as big into it as Chris was, but I did find it like charming that it like
Sure.
kind of like Finland that like there
Yeah.
was a sound that you could like tag as being that's like Eastern European that's cool um which of these trio of bands that we're kind of about to talk, like, what did you like about some of this stuff as we kind of start to unpack it a little bit?
Let's see, the dissolving and then
Yeah,
silent
we're going to start with
streams.
Dissolving a Prodigy. Yep. Then Silent Stream, and then we'll end with Love History.
Oh, you know what? I don't have an updated list.
Oh, okay. All right.
So all that I
Well,
have is the dissolving of Prodigy, Silent Streams, and then it goes to
okay.
Ceremonium.
Yep.
So these two, let's see. Oh, okay. This is just some stupid. Is Bride the river from which all of this doom flows? Um,
It's definitely a My Dying Bride feel on Dissolving for sure.
Cathedral tempo,
What about
agony
Cathedral vocals,
vocals,
Mark?
huh?
What kind of vocals?
Agony.
Okay, I wrote cathedral style vocals, so we
Okay,
were we were very close. Yeah.
close.
Um, I like the violin here. I think it adds kind of a haunting quality. So it's pretty cool. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's not as good as Bride. Bride obviously does it best, I
It,
think. But
it's tough. Yeah, it's like trying to. I don't know. I'm trying to be positive, but sometimes I'm a curmudgeon. Um, and then
did
silent
you?
streams like it's like very violent, focused. The I like clean backing vocals with the guttural lead, which we
Okay.
talked about before in other bands, but I think that's an interesting kind of dynamic instead of the guttural back and forth with a more operatic kind of lead.
Yeah. I guess my question would be, and I was curious when we were putting this together, is I know your aversion to definitely a certain type of female vocals, but where are you at with like the folk elements that they've sort of brought into some of these bands a little bit? Does it work? Is it just
That doesn't bother me at all.
okay? Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, I didn't think you would hate it, but I was like, oh, I
No,
wonder what Mark's thoughts are on it because I feel like you and I have never really had a conversation about the Czech thing, whereas I've talked to Chris about it before, so I know what his
yeah,
thoughts are. I was like, huh. Yeah, I've never heard Mark even comment on these bands before, so I wonder what his thoughts are going to be, you
yeah.
know?
I don't have a whole lot of. I know Chris was much more. He was the guy that was going out looking for new stuff, and especially like new scenes and stuff too. Like even like the going back to I don't know how many years ago that was now, but like the new German extreme metal scene
Yeah,
that
we
we
did those three
covered.
episodes. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so like he's definitely more the guy. Look, I'm when I hear something that I feel something from like immensely, then I'm there.
Hmm.
So I'm not searching as much to try to find um like try to find something that's this new scene that has this interesting thing going on. It takes me like having some kind of emotional reaction to it to
Sure.
really kind of sit down and give it time.
I get that. Yeah, I get that. And I have to be sort of in the mood. Sometimes Chris will have to tell me about something a few times, and once he tells me enough, and I hear enough things, then like I'll kind of like go there. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, I'll check this out finally. But it's very much a mood sort of thing.
Sure, and like everybody's got different tastes too. Like Chris definitely has different. He likes things with more production value. I like things that are more kind of less production value, more kind
Raw.
of heart
Yep.
and um, less like I guess just more raw, more kind of like for like because in the early '90s we kind of were at the same we had the kind of same vibes with like oh Sphinx, Dark Throne sounds great, sounding like shit. A lot of these bands that were just sounding like raw and kind of not really having like just studio wise, it was just right. What you heard is what you got. It was very kind of like primal. And then
Yeah.
something happened to where like he really got into really good, like really well done productions, very orchestrated stuff. And I think that's where I we kind of deviated a little bit, where we always came together on certain stuff, but he was always the like the production guy for a handful of years for like, oh, this is the new thing. Check this out. It's unbelievable how they layer this together. And I was like,
He's the guy that kind of opened me up to like power metal from that standpoint, and good, because there were good things that I discovered through that, Blind Guardian and Hammerfall and some of that
and
stuff.
not Rhapsody. Yes.
I had a moment where I was into that first Rhapsody record quite a bit, but I was also like reading Lord of the Rings at the time, and I was like at my
Sure.
peak of all that sort of stuff. So it kind of like then I kind of came out of it, and I was like, yeah, this is,
It's for me, it's a real fine line with that pomposity. Like
yeah,
some of it's great, some of it I'm just like, fuck you. I hate this like so bad. But
yes.
like Luca Turilli, I want to just like hit him in the head with a shovel. That guy was not. I was not a fan of that dude.
Very talented as a musician, but maybe not. Uh, the
Doesn't
he's
make
like
great choices.
he makes like Ingve seem subtle sometimes, with some of his stuff that he was
Yeah.
doing,
Or like
So
Northwoods improvisers like Farouk Bay, the great saxophone player. Um, he had some kind of great witticism about that. We're basically saying that there's a lot of choices and they made all the bad ones. That
well, it was the story was that Metal Manu, who was a writer for Eclipse little at one point, but also a customer at the record store that Mark and Chris and I all worked at,
really
and
mows grass.
yes, this album really mows some grass. Was his famous like tagline for when that's when you knew it was two thumbs up.
Yeah,
But Farouk, who was a pretty militant, radical sort of black saxophone player who kind of came out of like
Muslim.
60s, yeah,
Yeah,
60s culture and all that, kind of a like a protege of like a Coltrane style or Pharoah Sanders and some of that stuff. But he was in Shoppy and New Moon. He was hanging out or whatever before a gig because our manager was in the Northwood Improvisers with him playing jazz music, and Manu, being clever or thinking he was clever, like went up and asked him what he thought about Kenny G as a jazz player, and Fruit kind of looked at him and says, there's a lot of notes you can play in jazz or whatever, and he plays all the wrong ones. And he just stared him down, and I was like, "That's awesome." So, Luca Turilli, the Kenny G of power metal.
Kenny G
There
of
you
power
go.
metal.
We you heard it here first on Requiem Metal Podcast. Um, so we're gonna hear a pair of tunes. I know you might not have the updated version of that. This is what I think I sent you a text like over the weekend, said, "Hey, I tweaked some things with the check set," but you might have had
I had too many
chaos in your
fires to put
home.
out.
I
Yeah,
would say you had chaos in your
literally.
home, so I got you here. I got you covered, Mark.
All right,
But we're gonna hear Damocles, Damocles Gladius. Gladius is a
yes,
sword, so it's the sword of Damocles.
Damocles.
And this is the tune we were kind of talking about before. And then we're also gonna hear a second song, a very short song from Dissolving a Prodigy, and it's the record is Lamentations of Innocence from 1995, and it's called Echoes of My Sadness. And I kind of just I started listening a little bit more of the Dissolving record over the weekend. I was like, oh, dude, this I got to put Echoes of Sadness on. It's got a cool like flute thing, like what you would hear in Cathedral, but this monstrous tremolo riff that's really fucking cool on it. And they kind of match really well together. Then we'll shift over to a pair of tunes from Silent Stream of Godless Elegy from their debut record called Iron from 1996. And they were a band that started a little. We know a little bit more about them because Chris was into them, and I had their first three records, so I was kind of into them for a bit in the late '90s, early 2000s, and started in 1995 with demos that fueled the kind of full length Iron a year later, and in that Doom Lexicon book, the guitar player, whose name was Radik Hadja, he kind of recalls the early years of the whole Czech scene, and he says, 1995 was kind of a doom metal boom here. It was kind of a phenomenon because here in northern Moravia, the most eastern part of today's Czech Republic, a bunch of really great sounding doom metal bands appeared all at once, Dissolving a Prodigy, Hypnotic Scenery, RET, Love History. Actually, this music style was pretty natural for us. I was always into minor scales, and when I started to play guitar and heard bands like My Dying Bride and Paradise Lost, I knew doom metal was my love for a long term. Iron was just the first step, but a very important one. We got more attention in the underground and started to play more gigs and started and supported stars like The Gathering and Cradle of Filth here in the Czech Republic. So, it's everything we already knew, but he just sort of confirms it essentially.
They have some of
Um,
the longest names of doom metal too.
they do. Yeah, they do. But
Remember
basically,
when At the
more.
Gates seemed like a long name?
Oh, I know. I know. Jesus Christ. Um, yeah, Dissolving a Prodigy. I mean, just even the names of like the records, Lamentations of Innocence.
Oh,
I
geez,
know
some of
you
the
don't.
stuff gets like really into the, you know, like pulling out your thesaurus kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's a little silly. But like with Silent Stream of Godless Elegy, we get I guess more sorrowful kind of violin and definitely bringing more folkish elements to fruition.
Yeah,
Um,
they put a record out this year or last year.
yeah, they're still around, kind of doing stuff. And if you like this Iron record and the pair of tunes we're going to hear from it, the album that comes after it, Behind the Shadows, is even more kind of folkish and it's pretty heavy too, and it's got kind of like almost the way like Rotting Christ brings some of like the Greek kind of folk elements in a way,
Hmm.
but still makes it pretty heavy. So if you kind of like that vibe, I think you would dig, listeners would really dig checking out those first three Silent Stream of Godless Elegy records.
Well,
You know,
Metallium ranks Relic Dances from 2004 as the highest,
oh shit, okay. I
but
had the
that's
one,
that's a couple reviews from
it's true.
randos. So
I had the one up through 2000 that had a black cover. That one was pretty good. I
Themes,
think it's Themes. Yep, I
yeah,
like that record a lot. That had some good use of female vocals, not like cheesy, Beauty and the Beast kind of stuff.
no Theater of Tragedy.
No, no, but again, they do get far less death doom as those records kind of go along. But I think Behind the Shadows, the second one, had a really cool Birds cover. The I Come and Stand at Every Door, which was about talk about doom. It's from a child talking about dying in the fires of Hiroshima. And it was always one of the more like dark bird songs from the 60s, and it kind of
This
fit
is yeah, it
perfectly.
says This Mortal Coil cover for
They also covered
Behind the
it.
Shadows.
Yeah, they also covered that
It says
song, which is
Summoning the
funny.
Muse was a Dead Can Dance cover. They did Kintara,
Yep.
which is a Dead Can Dance cover, and then it says I Come and Stand at Every Door. This Mortal Coil cover, but it has an asterisk behind it, so it's probably the Birds.
It's the birds, but I think and this really gets into what's cool probably about this because I guarantee that in like their lack of technology, they probably didn't know about the original birds cover.
Well,
It'd
I'm
be
sure.
like
I mean,
covering.
how come like, it's so hard to figure this shit
I
out
know that. But
years
it'd be
ago,
like covering all along the Watchtower and being like, yeah, we covered this Jimi Hendrix song. And then you find out, oh, Bob Dylan wrote it. And you're like, oh shit, really?
Yeah.
Like that was just a thing back then. Like
Well,
you
because
didn't
you have
know
your
where
Jimi
the
Hendrix record, and does I don't know if it's what it says underneath
it
some of that stuff, but
probably would have said Dylan in parentheses. But again, in the Czech Republic, who knows what versions of shit they were getting, right? They were getting like
sure.
bootlegs or, very
Well, and
like,
also like English is a second language or third language,
exactly. Yeah.
like
Yeah. So yeah, so we'll hear Desolate It Remain and Bittery Sweet here, and just both great songs, kind of some amorphous kind of style stuff going on, and
there's a
just
lot
really
of
the
amorphous in the stuff too, like the Eastern scale stuff that's happening. Like
yeah.
in retrospect, it's funny how how much I guess weight Amorphous had on everybody else too.
Hmm.
For being relatively small, like they were one of the Relapse signings, not
Yeah.
Nuclear Blast, and just like Krillian and Privilege of Evil, and as they kept going, it was just like it's it's crazy how this tiny band from a small country just kind of like they became one of the next tiers of, the Peaceful Three.
Yeah. I mean, with my origin story, I mean, Tales from a Thousand Lakes and Wild Honey were like my gateways into European metal,
Yeah.
So like I was a couple years behind you guys, so it took something like that.
Hmm.
Um, but I certainly heard those before I heard Bride or Anathema or Paradise Lost or any of that stuff. So
Yeah.
um and then we're going to end this set with something that Mark doesn't know about, because he needs to print out his updated ones. But a third band from this kind of scene called Love History, and their debut
I
record.
remember I thought the name was very stupid.
It is pretty dumb. The logo's kind of interesting, but the name, and I'm sure you'll love this, was Galileo Figaro Magnifico. All right.
Oh,
Um, yeah. And then, the tune we're gonna hear is Alone. I think you would probably
are
dig
these
it
guys
if you
Czech as
checked
well?
out. They're Czech, yeah,
Yes.
so they're definitely part of all this.
Okay. It's really funny
Really,
seeing I just looked on Metallium,
uh,
the their original logo where it's kind of drippy.
yeah, yeah, yep, yep.
Do you have any
It's so
explanation of
lo-fi.
what the name means?
I don't honestly, and it could be like a ESL thing too, like where
Yeah,
they
I mean
just
that's they always come up with interesting stuff because I can't speak another language outside of English, so
yeah,
um,
yeah. But there's
I don't
definitely a
have much room to
charm
talk.
to this. I liked this first record quite a bit. I even had the second record, and it was decent. But this one's definitely the one to get. And you get like kind of it's very piano driven Death Doom, and it was recorded in '96, but doesn't get released till '99, so it kind of fits with the dissolving and the silent stream sort of
Hmm.
stuff. And really cool melodic riff bass breakdown in the song too. And then it featured Eva Hernikova on vocals and flute, and she was in Dissolving a Prodigy. So a little bit
Oh,
of
okay.
synergy there. Yeah. So, but anyways, just kind of a neat little set here. And these might be bands where a lot of our listeners are going to be down the rabbit hole with Phlebotomized and Dissolving a Prodigy and Silent Stream. Maybe some of you know about these guys, maybe some of you don't. So I think this will be a fun little set for everybody. So we're going to hear from Chris again for the first time in this episode.
Again
And
for the
then we'll
first time.
again for the first time we heard him in part one of our series on this, but yeah, we'll hear him for the first time in this episode. And then we'll hear a trio of tunes from Rapture, from Unholy, Petrified Spirits, After God, and Unzeitgeist. Then we'll hear Albert again for the third time, and then we'll hear Phlebotomize, Immense, Intense, Suspense, and Barricade, from the album of the same name. And then we'll hear a pair of tunes from Dissolving a Prodigy, Damocles Gladius, and Echoes of My Sadness. Then we'll hear a pair of tunes from Silent Stream of Godless Elegy's Iron record, Desolate It Remain, and Bittery Sweet. And finally end with Alone from Love History from Galileo Figaro Magnifico. So, Chris, as we enter into, we brought you back for talk set number 6 here, and this epic little episode we're putting together, and
Mm.
we're sort of wrapping things up with Unholy. So, if you have any thoughts on them, feel free. We had a pretty good conversation with Albert about them as well. But we're kind of getting into a pair of bands that, in particular, I always think of you when I think of this scene.
Mm.
Um, we're playing Phlebotomized as well, but really it's the Dissolving of Prodigy and Silent Stream of Godless Elegy and
Mm.
some of the stuff that was happening in the Czech Republic at the time, because you were amongst people I knew one of the biggest voices advocating for a lot of the really interesting things that were kind of happening out of that. So in this set that we're going to be kind of listening to coming up here, what are some of your thoughts about the uniqueness of any of these bands or that scene in particular that was happening in the Czech Republic?
Sure. I guess we could start with Unholy, right? That the Rapture record was so different. Again, it was kind of a strange record, almost like Samael again, but sort of slowed down, right? And weirded out. There's songs that, like, I think After God, for example, sounds something almost like Susie and the Banshees, but like sort of corrupted and slowed down and made heavy. Um, there's just that band has always been a bit weird. And again, going back to the previous talks, that we failed to mention how Unholy were really different for that time, and continued to be really different all the way through Rapture and the albums after it, right?
Yeah, for
Um,
sure.
But that record is really underrated. That the Rapture record. In fact, I like it almost as much as I like the Second Ring of Power, which is kind of blasphemous in some circles. But yeah, I'll live with it.
I know, I know. That was I asked Albert the same question as to which was his favorite, and I think he sided on Second Ring of Power as well. So,
Right. Yeah,
um,
it had its moment for sure.
well, and he even mentioned that, amongst the bands that we're covering, perhaps Unholy is the most underrated of these bands. Like they just don't get their due, and yet they
Hmm.
were so consistently awesome in that
Right.
run of four records, up through, I'm trying to remember what was after, was it Grace Fallen was the next record
Correct.
after
Yeah,
Rapture?
Grace.
Yeah.
It was graceful. Yeah, with
I
the
mean,
orange or yellow
those are
orange cover.
those are four fantastic records. Every time I pull them out, I'm like, why am I not listening to these more? But
Yeah, it's kind of
that's
like DeLorean, right? The other Finnish band.
yeah.
When you listen to it, it's like you want it. You're totally into it. You want to listen to it, but then you don't remember to listen to it. You know.
This is something kind of, like a Men in Black kind of moment where you just like erase your brain or something.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about this tech scene because you
Hmm.
were you were the guy. I feel like
Yeah.
you were definitely especially in our friend group, but I think even like you were writing about a lot of that stuff that came out and covering it and stuff. And so what are some of your thoughts on what made that so unique compared to maybe other Death Doom scenes that were happening in Europe throughout the 90s?
Yeah, I think with the Czech Republic or Czechia as it's known now, and even like Hungary, with Tormentor, there was kind of like it was almost like the last frontier for underground music by that point. Um, like if you want to discover new bands in something that was maybe felt a little bit foreign or alien, you kind of had to look far east into Europe, right? Getting into Russia, with Aria, who are, that more of an Iron Maiden, Judas Priest kind of hybrid thing.
Yeah.
Um,
Even
but
Mental Home, they were kind of interesting for the time.
100%,
Yeah.
yeah, Mental Home, great reference, right? I mean, another band that kind of sounded different for the time, almost like Amorphous, but not kind of Amorphous, especially with a couple of records they put out. So yeah, so going into Eastern Europe was always kind of this like felt like the last frontier, right? Like you'd already done Central Europe, you did the Germanys, you did the Norways and the Swedens, and maybe even with Portugal with Moonspell and stuff like that. Um, Eastern Europe always felt a little bit more distant and a little more like because of the Iron Curtain, always felt like cut off from us mentally. Because we were always told like, the Iron Curtain is the last frontier, and then you get into uh, no man's land or whatever. So
Mhm.
and I think these bands really sort of took that isolation to heart, right? I mean, in their styles. Root, for example, was very different, vocally, instrumentally. And by the time they did the book, they were like, it was almost like, a mix between Danzig and Elvis on like acid or something. It was wild, but totally awesome, right? Totally incredible. But getting into like the doom metal bands like Silent Stream or Silent Stream of Godless or Dissolving a Prodigy, um, they kind of like filled the gap that had been left by, say, My Dying Bride around the time of Turn Loose the Swans, right? The album, like if you were to think about like Symphonaire to Turn Loose, that little period of time, these bands kind of sat in that little spot, right? Like especially Dissolving a Prodigy, Lamentations of Innocence and Time Ruins Also Beauty, which is an English weird way of saying that word. Um, they were just kind of different. They just felt different, even though the productions were different. They were a little more raw underground. Probably all recorded at the same time because they probably didn't have the same technology as maybe the Western Europeans did. I guess I'm assuming. So they just had an aura to them, and they all when they made music, it was also from that isolation. They were interpreting their culture, their own ideas without having to be too much cross-pollinated with all the stuff that's happening because we're about ready to get into the internet era, right? Um, with bands being very much with anything being no longer obscure but being easily obtainable, which is totally there's nothing obscure these days, right? So they had that sound, Silent Stream, Dissolving a Prodigy, Forgotten Silence, Root. Um, yeah, those are something. Then they actually influenced, I think, the next wave of bands, which again went into weird stuff like Athea Flame, had one record, totally wild, totally weird, and then you have a band like Inferno who are doing this sort of like psychedelic black metal thing, right? So the Chechi has always had this interesting feeling to them, especially the Moravian bands.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't make that connection, but yeah, no, I would almost like, there's something kind of odd or off about them in the way that like your Paul Chains or Death SS's in Italy or Rotting
Mm-hmm.
Christ in Greece were a little
Yep.
bit like odd as well. Something more, I don't want to say ethnic, but something more folkish about
Mm-hmm.
some of where they're kind of coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Especially Silent Stream, because they brought so many like kind of, it seemed like Eastern Europe folk elements like kind of in.
There were,
Um,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah. So it just definitely had a different feel to it than the rest. And I like that. It was like the last frontier, behind that iron curtain before the internet and globalization kind of caught up to a lot of that scene, in a lot
Right.
of ways. So yeah, that's well put.
Yeah, and they also have a little bit of a thing that kind of connects us back to the My Dying Bride, right? With the violin, because Silent Stream had like the cello, the violin, plus the folk guitar. So there was something familiar about that, it's kind of almost like the lost cousin or the lost relative to Celestial Season, for example, during before Solar Lovers.
Yeah. Oh, good. Awesome. Well, we appreciate it, Chris. You're a Death Doom expert that came about in the same era that Mark and I did and Albert. And so we figured you had some great insights. And as always, we appreciate you sort of weighing in on this stuff.
Appreciate it, Jason. It's always fun to go down memory lane with some of the things that we were way into, and it meant the world to us to be able to discover these bands, and it felt like we were sort of pioneers, but we were just kids in our little bubble, trying to make that bubble even smaller.
All right, another Dutch band that we're playing is Phlebotomized. I know nothing of them before the show, so what you know, any context that you can throw in about these guys, they were a new discovery, I suppose. So I don't know much about them.
That was an after the fact band for me too. That
Okay,
was, I believe, was our my dear friend Scott Korber,
Matt
who
Corber, the
occasionally
yeah, the Doom
contributes
expert. Yeah,
Decibel and Doom expert, who in the I would say it might even be like early 90s or late 90s, early 2000s, that like some CDRs of their demos made their way to me from him. And they're I think that they're still active too, aren't they?
yeah. Again, you know 50% more than I know at this point. So
But that was just, again, that was a band that like that it wasn't something that you saw on like the distro lists often back
yeah.
then. And when you did, the name was just so fucking weird that you didn't like necessarily seek it out, worrying that like you
Would
might
have
get something.
I would have thought, yeah, it sounded like a gore metal band or something like that. You know what I mean? Like I was like, oh, another run of the mill, like, like too fast for me death metal band that, I never would have imagined that they had like some of this kind of cool nuance to them,
No,
that
that
they have.
was, and people don't understand. Well, I mean, old people understand,
We
but
understand.
some younger folks don't understand that. Like you would really need like legit recommendations, because I could remember back in the early '90s, like people telling me that Dissection was this fantastic, like melodic black death metal band, and that I needed to get the somber lane immediately. And I'm just like, but they're called Dissection. Like, it's just like there's no way that they're like like this kind of evil black metal vibe. It's like, I'm not buying it. It's like, just trust me, just shut up and listen. And I heard it. I was
Yeah,
like, okay, yeah, fine. So
sure.
like, like it really was like, if you picked your name, if you picked the wrong name, it could sentence you to that fate. I mean, it's funny, like we're not going to play them on this show, but they could have been included. There was, I believe, were they Austrian? A band called Visceral Evisceration. Have you heard of
Oh, I
this?
am aware of them. I don't know if I've ever actually listened to them. Are they good?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
they are they were musically, they were kind of gothy death doom, but they tried to do it with gore lyrics. And
Hmm.
wow, just it's a weird combo.
That's
I believe there was some song, was the title like At the Epicurean Gynecologist or something.
oh
It's like,
shit. That's
yeah, like, and but it was like, if you listen to it, it just sounded like, like early Celestial Season, like theater tragedy kind of styled stuff.
yeah.
But like, again, they were called Visceral Evisceration. So like, you 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 really, like, you could be sentenced to like not or you put yourself in a position where you're not able to expose yourself to the audience that you need
Sure.
to reach.
Yeah, well, it's like the inverse of like Molly Hatchet or something like that, right? Like we
Exactly.
all thought Molly Hatchet were gonna fucking be heavy as hell, and then you bought those records off the cover, and you're like, "Fuck, this is it,"
Right.
So I don't know. That's that's the one that always like used to throw me like, "Why are these covers so awesome? Why are the bands so terrible?" But anyways, sorry, Miley. I'm sorry to all the Requiem Molly Hatchet fans out there. I'm sure we just offended four people. So
Well, don't get me started on Kiss, but anyway, keep
well,
going.
the exact again, image. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Um, were you into that kind of weird little Czech scene that seemed to be emerging with like the dissolving of prodigies, the forgotten silence, silent stream of godless elegy? Like how does that scene hold up for you, at the time and then maybe even today? Because for us, it was like kind of a cool novelty to hear some of that, like Slavic folk elements like Silent Stream had and stuff.
Mm.
And Chris was a big progenitor of that, like he really got into it and kind of made connections with some of those bands. So yeah, just thoughts on because we're about to hear some Silent Stream and some Dissolving of Prodigy. So kind of curious what your thoughts are on that kind of weird niche that was going on there in the late '90s.
it was hard to think of it as a coherent scene at the time because it was like there were so few bands playing this style that if there just happened to be more than one of them together, you somehow in your mind was just like, oh, well, that's a whole movement. There's two bands
I know.
in that locale doing this.
Think it
And
was Chris came back and was like, guys, I found three bands from like to the Czech Republic, like, and it was like this is a scene, or something
yeah,
like that. So,
I I love the first Dissolving a Prodigy record. I
mhm.
still like that record. I
Is that
can't
Lamentations, right? Of the
Lamentations.
Innocents? Yeah.
Yeah. Which forget what I looked it up not that long ago. Maybe it was on Discogs and the cover, like I couldn't access the cover because it was censored because I guess there's like a painting with
Oh,
boobs on it. And I couldn't
okay.
I just could not even remember what the cover of it looked like. I could
Yeah.
only remember the band logo on the cover more than anything else. But there was like this I remember there was like they used keyboards in like a creepier way than I think some of the other Death Doom bands did.
Yeah.
Like the keyboards were more uh atmospheric in terms of like a grandiose feel to like
Mhm.
almost like a funeral feel with like the way that they were incorporated in a lot of these bands, but there was like almost like a kind of like horror cinema element to what like Dissolving a Prodigy could do with their keys, which I thought was interesting. Like
Sure.
I liked the way that they incorporated that. Um and again, so this stuff was like it was like you would just I can't like emphasize how obscure some of this shit was back then. Like it was like just to get a hold of these records, like the like to find out about these bands and then like find a way to get the CD or get somebody who had the CD to dub a copy of it for you. So like I couldn't wrap my head around like that there was this Czech scene of you know back then. For me, it was still like I'm just trying to tie as many of these bands together, and I know that there. Like in my head, it was like, are there 50 bands in the world really doing this at this time? You
Yeah.
know, so like you're just trying to, you're just like really like you're just like kind of collect as many of them as you can, and I don't think for me that I processed anything beyond the Peaceville Three as any kind of unifying scene. And those guys will tell you that like it wasn't, you
No.
know,
Yeah.
like
That was a
it was just like it just kind of happenstance, and that's fine, I get it. But like it wasn't anything that was connected to me. Do you know what I mean?
yeah. No, I completely get it. It's sort of like how I mean, it's what journalists do. Music journalists. They did it with grunge. They've done it, with other things like I don't think Pearl Jam had a whole lot to do with like what Alice in Chains were doing. You know what I mean? But like
No.
they're grunt, they're all together, because they're all geographically kind of near each other or something. So yeah, I completely get that. Um, it's funny, like we're not playing Forgotten Silence, but like you talked about like how the access to these bands. And I remember my mom for like 2 years moved out to Phoenix, Mesa, Arizona, and I was in early college and I went out to visit her and we went to a used bookstore and they had like a CD rack of like used CDs, just like they were like on the ground, unorganized, like in a box. And I was flipping through and I found the War Comp and Forgotten Silence in there. And I was like, what the fuck is going on at this random ass bookstore in Mesa,
Whoa.
Arizona? So those are two pretty cool finds. That's what I
See
remember about. Yeah.
that's the dream, man. Like
Yeah.
you won the jackpot because you would go into any record store in the you'd hit any record store that like and it was a hopeless endeavor most of the time. You know, you'd be like, oh, like maybe they'll have something. And it was kind of like unless I was going to like the stores that I knew stock stuff like Bleecker Bob's and Sounds and
Yeah.
Generations in New York, or going out to Vintage Vinyl in Ford's, New Jersey, I knew like the chances were slim and none that I'd find anything that I'd get super excited about. So like you did it, man. You did
Yeah.
it.
I mean, nowadays when you go into most of those kind of stores, like you're gonna see like, you know, how many Melissa Etheridge CDs do they have used? You know, I mean, it's just like it's really rough. You know, those are so. I think with eBay and all that sort of stuff and Discogs, like everything's so like picked over by like the employees before it even reaches us. That was Alone from Love History, then a pair of tunes from Silent Stream of Godless Elegy. It was Desolate It Remain and Bittery Sweet, then Damocles Gladius and Echoes of My Sadness from Dissolving a Prodigy, and then Immense, Intense, Suspense, and Barricade. And that was kind of a little set there. Proceed it before with a trio of tunes from Unholy, Petrified Spirits, After God, and Unzeitgeist. And Chris and Albert kind of bookended the Unholy set there. So we've got kind of two more little sets, but really, for all intents and purposes, this is the last kind of big set, I suppose, and then a pair of tunes to kind of end things as we kind of close out here. But kind of moving back in our globe-trotting endeavor, we are actually going to return back to the States, which we haven't really been through the whole episode. In
It's
fact,
been a
yeah,
while. Yeah.
yeah, we were part one with Morgian and Dusk and Avernus and stuff. But yeah, it's pretty much been a globe-trotting affair to this point,
Do you know
and that's
where they're from in the U.S.? Ceremonial?
yeah, they're formed in New York City in 1992.
Okay.
And basically, Oscar Matter, the vocalist, here's what he kind of said, and I think this gives some good insight on the band, because they're actually featured in that doom metal lexicon thing. He says, on the recording of the first, whoops, I gotta flip the page here, and I'm doing this with a broken wrist, so I'm not as agile as I usually am. On the first recording of the first album, everything was slowed down, and the vocals came out to mimic the way the songs were structured. As far as the screams you hear, I wasn't really thinking of black metal screams. It was more to add some agony to the music and a darker feeling. As far as our influences back then, we were all pretty much hearing a lot of demos from all over the world, such as Abhorrence, Crematory, and Unleashed. I wouldn't say we were going for the Swedish sound back then, but we were influenced by the European sound. I think with the vocals for the first album, I might have been thinking about Cathedral's Force of Equilibrium, Winter's Into Darkness album, and Disembowelment. But then again, I think we all pretty much grew up listening to Slayer, Creator, Bathory, Venom, Celtic Frost, Possessed, Dark Angel, and so on. So I thought that's probably why the band is so weird in some ways, in a good way. I really like this record, but
Yeah.
it's one I actually ended up picking up and stuff. But yeah, you can really hear all of that, on especially like Unveiled Tears here, the sort of cavernous growls and utter despair. It kind of reminds me of Evoken a lot. And I think them being from New York and Evoken being from New Jersey, I'm sure they kind of ran in those kind of same circles, of, being influenced by Disembowelment and, Thurgothen and some of those kind of bands that were kind of starting the funeral doom sort of thing. So,
Yeah.
what was your take on Ceremonium? Kind of out of curiosity.
I mean, I thought it was very anathema musically. Some PL bits. What does this say? Jesus. But sometimes my writing is just like kind of like crazy BS. I get exuberant and I can't read what I'm putting. Something octane. Oh, like the guitars, they would play the leads like an octave apart, almost
Oh, okay.
like Nawabum, but not as busy. I thought it
Yeah,
was cool. Very, I think very European sounding for an American band, which I always really liked.
sure.
Leading toward more that European doom than. Um, I guess there wasn't really a whole lot of U.S. doom, but they weren't doing what U.S. bands were doing at the time. And I don't think
Yeah.
I've ever heard of this band. I've heard the name maybe, never heard this record.
I think Albert said the same thing, that this was something that he like had heard of, but he never really was able to sort of run into it at the time. And
It's on
which is
Fadeless
odd.
Records. The cover's cool. It's like looking up at a tree, but then they try to make it look like stained glass.
Yeah.
But yeah, this hits all the fucking notes for me, man. This is
Is this yeah, I was gonna
absolutely.
say this is probably one I would have put in your category as well.
Yeah.
So cool. All right. So that's three. Right? Is that three so far? We had Unholy,
Paramaecium,
Ceremonium, and
Ceremony.
Paramecium.
Yeah.
So you said there's a fourth one.
Four and a
Uh,
half.
Four and a half. Oh yeah, well Sadness was half.
Sadness
Okay.
is a half. Yeah.
Okay.
Mostly
I mean,
because it's not acquirable.
I guess in this set I would have to say the fourth one is maybe Raz Al Ghazi. But that would be
Mm,
my guess. I don't know
okay.
if you're into Momentum or not, or Monumentum.
No,
So, okay. Yeah, I didn't think
but
that was
there's another. Oh, I guess is it not in this one? Oh, it is in this one. Yeah,
okay.
the one
Oh.
from Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo.
Oh, okay. So Mythological Coal Towers. Well,
This
see, I
first
would have
record.
thought, I
Yes,
mean, that it was covered in Requiem.
it was.
You guys did an interview with these guys. That's where I first heard about them,
That's true. Yeah.
And actually, it's funny, in the Albert interview, I go, so, what did you know about these guys? He goes, only what Requiem told me when I read it. He goes, that's the only place I ever heard of these guys from.
Yeah, that was all
So,
Chris. Chris figured
yeah,
that
so
out. He,
you
yeah,
guys, well, just take a bow, so like,
yeah.
yeah, you guys were the official experts on mythological gold towers in the United States, apparently.
We could
So
do some pull quotes for their reissues.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Speaking of long song titles and fucking
Oh
bullshit
Jesus,
stuff,
it's
uh,
insane.
yeah, the song we're going to hear is called Slaves in the Imaginary Abyssal Line, and the name of the album is Sphere of Nebadon,
Colon.
The Dawn of the Dying Typhereth.
This is like Nile
Jesus
album name.
Christ.
That's ridiculous.
Okay. Yeah, for some reason I didn't include these guys in that list because I don't know, because it was covered in Requiem. I just figured it was an automatic, like, you
Oh
already
yeah,
knew
not
about
always.
those. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
not
you're right.
always.
Yeah, and they, as you said, from Sao Paulo. So tell me what you liked about Mythological. What works for you on this next
I
song that we're
mean,
gonna hear?
what I like the like guitar approach where they're
Uh,
almost bending in and out of tune.
yeah,
Um, just that whole like it seemed much more like bizarre than most of the stuff that we've listened to. Like Tommy Kuvasari vocals, this like Privilege of Evil kind of recording style.
Lots of amorphous vibes on
Yeah,
this.
there's like
Yep.
good breakdowns, like just weird tone, Eastern sounding scales. Like I've said, it was a good mix of pompous um, with the delicate, a la Celtic Frost.
Hmm.
Because it's tough to. I don't know a whole lot of bands that do it better than Celtic Frost with like the really over the top shit, and then more kind of delicate, atmospheric kind of things, and still make it work. And I think they really do on this record. I can't say anything after this record, but
I can tell you
if
the
they
second
jump the
record
shark a
kind
little
of
bit, or
sucks. Yeah, I
that's kind of
had
what I
it. I
assume.
might
That's
still
a
have
lot of
it.
these
It's
bands.
Yeah, it's not. It's just they couldn't pull it off. We were excited for it. I remember. I think Chris and I both picked it up, and then we were both like, we wanted to like it, but it was kind of. It's not terrible, but it's not as good as this, you know.
Sometimes
Um,
I mean, that's one. It's a strong suit and also kind of a foible of this genre or subgenre
yeah,
that sometimes they jump ahead a little too quick,
yeah.
and they're just
They
like, oh,
stay in your lane sometimes, you know.
yeah, like
So
just like be pure, be like do what you're gonna do, and then maybe just take some time in between the two records. If you want to, my rule of thumb, if you can't sing interestingly or well, growl.
just growl. Yep,
Because
yep.
if you can do something weird, like like what Jonas did, like this warbly kind of like off key, but like incredibly like emotional
Hmm.
vocal, um, don't do it. Because a lot of people can sing not very good, but you've got to either have some kind of sensibility to the vocal, or you've got to have an innate talent to really like, you go Buckley or you go Will Oldham. Like
Yeah,
that's my my realm there.
I get that. Yep. I mean, yeah, not everybody's going to be Vincent or Jonas, you know, when they kind
Yeah,
of all of a sudden just develop, you know.
yeah,
One of the things I wrote about mythological cold towers is I definitely hear some Morgian kind of aspects in it, meeting Amorphous and stuff.
yeah.
Um and I said with like the song titles and the album titles and even the band name, it does obviously have kind of a mystical, mythic kind of, pre-Columbian times kind of aspect to it that reminds me of it's like kind of the approach that they're taking with Death Doom is the approach that the Chasm takes with traditional sort of like death metal.
It's a good comparison.
It's like these weird, noisy solos, like they're really riffy and stuff, and so it's left of center, and I kind of dig that part of it. We did
Yeah,
a couple episodes on the Chasm a few years back, and just really interesting and don't always make sense. That's kind of what they're doing. So yeah, that was kind of what I kind of had to say about them. Um, and then from there, we're going to move to Italy and a pretty important band and a pretty important kind of figurehead, which is Roberto Mamarella, because he, of course, will be the founder of Avant-Garde Records and, kind of like a
oh, I did not know that. Yeah,
yeah, so he was kind of a big figurehead, like I mean, then that's why like Monumentum kind of fits into a weird spot because this was kind of his like little project that he was always kind of doing, and I think he had something to do with another label too. Albert will mention them in the interview segment we'll hear,
okay.
but the band started way back in Milan in 1987, so they'd been around for a long time before they finally put In Absentia Christe out in 1995. And Roberto was the guitarist, vocalist, and keyboardist, and he was really influenced by obviously Celtic Frost, but
Yeah.
also a lot of the this movement called Italian dark sound, which I realized in my research is an actual like term for a genre, and obviously some of the stuff we already know about like Paul Chain and Death SS, but some bands I didn't really know about called the Black, Requiem. There you go,
Oh, it's a
apropos.
good name.
Yeah, and Run After Two, they were called. Early, and then they also were kind of really into early Candlemass, Christian Death, Sisters of
Hmm.
Mercy, and they put this all kind of together in this album in Absentia Christi, which ethereal layers, lots of samples, weird arrangements. They're bringing in some kind of Italian Mediterranean melodies. Um, and they sort of released this avant doom kind of thing on Misanthropy Records.
Hmm.
And it was it got a lot of attention from like I think critics, but obviously not a lot of people bought it because it was just a weird sort of record. I know Mark, or not Mark, but Albert and Chris both have tried to hunt down Roberto because they want to put this in the Decibel Hall of Fame because it was such a uniquely singular kind of record, and plus just the role that Roberto played in being this doom guru in terms of owning these labels that was putting out a lot of important stuff. I
Sure.
mean, fuck, Brave Murder Day came out in Avant-Garde,
Hmm.
so like, yeah, I mean, there's things that he had his hand in that were pretty interesting. So I almost feel like his story is probably maybe, for, at least for you, I imagine, more interesting than the actual music itself. But yeah,
Yeah, I have a problem with Italy sometimes.
I mean, I think there's
with
something like,
music. Not, I mean, it's funny because Italy's one of those countries for music and for film. It's
uh,
either incredible or it's trash.
okay,
For me, there's not a whole lot of like in between.
yeah,
But this is just it's not my aesthetic.
yeah.
It's like it starts out kind of like chamber music, mayhem. Mayhem's come up multiple times in this. Um,
So
the
grunge mayhem
vampire
and
vocal stuff is,
chamber mayhem, yeah.
yeah, it kind of, yeah, it bothers me for some reason. Um, Goofy like romantic melodrama. It's like, Celtic Frost kind of did it better.
Hmm.
Um, but it's not my sensibility. You
Think
know,
I think it's definitely
it's a very
yeah, I mean,
specific thing.
I definitely don't put this record on very much, that's for sure. And Albert even says like it's not really a Death Doom record, but this is the only place it belongs. Like there's no other place to like put a record like this because they of their association. They didn't fit
Yeah.
anywhere.
No, no.
So it is a weird record that it's sort of like Third and the Mortal. There weren't really Death Doom, but like the only place they fit was in like this atmosphere, these type of bands, or
This
whatever.
inclusive genre.
Yes, yeah, very much so. So yeah, so if you like, I don't know, is this like the Brian Eno of doom metal or something where it's
No, no,
like
I
kind
would I
of,
wouldn't give it that much credit.
very atmospheric, kind of ambient kind of I meant just
I
the ambient aspects of it, almost.
Potential. I think the thing that throws me the most is the vocals.
Hmm. Okay.
It when I listen to it, I think of like stereotypes of like 80s boner comedies of like a Italian guy trying to steal your girlfriend.
I guess.
Like,
Uh
you know, you're not gonna hear that in a whole lot of reviews, but
do you what are your thoughts on like Paul Chain or Death SS?
I love both
When you
those
listen to
bands.
this? Okay.
Yeah, because this is just, I don't know. There's something I think less traditional. Death SS
Okay.
has like a healthy dose of Alice Cooper.
Yeah.
Paul Chain is like, firmly, has like, Sabbath and Deep Purple tendencies, and
Hmm.
um, this I don't really know where to put it, and it doesn't immediately really do a whole lot for me.
Sure. Yep. I would almost put this closer to like here's a weird pull. Is this like closer in essence to like what a band like Elend was trying to do in this
Oh,
era?
yeah, I would say so. Yeah, that's another
Yeah.
band that doesn't really hold up very well for me.
Yeah, they're like Elend was like more of an interesting idea than something I actually liked listening to. Like I was
Yeah,
like I appreciated what they were trying to do, and I even like I think I owned Elend. I might even still own Elend, but
we
like
did. Yeah, we did a fairly large interview with the band.
yeah,
That
I
might have
think
been
they're
in our
interesting.
was that in our lost episode or lost issue? I don't remember, but
I think it was
um,
in 6 or 7,
yeah,
because
it was
that's
like
why I bought it because it was in Requiem. So I
yeah,
went
it
out and
was it
bought
was
it.
cool, but it was something interesting, different. But like in retrospect, it's like I don't know if it. Um,
Is it something you're gonna pull out and listen to? Probably not.
no,
You know.
and like I'm thinking like, especially for the show, like in larger terms of like where does stuff fall into the history of things, or where does it stand in time, and like some of it doesn't. Some of it's just like this was here, it happened. I don't think it really like affected things too much. It was just part of the scene. That's, it's an interesting thing to maybe as a side note, but it's not like a fundamental change,
Yeah.
fundamental band that changed like the direction of the scene or
No.
anything.
No. Yeah. Yeah. I
But I
think
mean,
you're.
this extreme metal is the most, I would say, is probably the largest genre of music. Next, probably more than classical at this point, with how many fucking bands there are.
Mhm.
Um,
And the just nuanced like subgenre off of subgenre off of
yeah, and
subgenre,
the
you know.
subgenre is just there so people can try to make sense of like where does this fit? Because there's so much weird shit from all like every country you can imagine has an extreme metal band, and some of them fall into certain subgenres like black metal or death metal or whatever, but some of it is just completely its own weird anachronistic sound that sometimes it's unbelievable, super creative and interesting. Sometimes it's just like, you know,
Mhm.
you could put a pin on the map like a band came from here. And sometimes it's like, holy shit, this is just like incredible.
Well, something weird was definitely happening up in Milan, of all places, because we've got Raz Al Gethi, also hailing from Milan, and
Yeah.
only put out one record. This is another one of those bands that just kind of a singular thing. Uh, Onarakan, the White Hypnotic, and it was put out in Wounded Love Records, which I believe Wounded Love was also owned by Roberto. And
Okay.
so
I
that was
remember
like a
hearing that name. I couldn't think of any other bands that were on that, but
DeLorean was on them, which was
okay.
that was a really cool
Yeah.
record. I think Taki might have been
Really?
Taake. And maybe his
Yeah.
first one was. I might be wrong off that, but again, don't
Could
quote
be.
me. But
Yeah.
definitely DeLorean. These guys, it was very much like a craft label subsidiary, I think, of Avant-Garde, I
Mm-hmm.
think is what it was. So,
Yeah.
um, the name is Arabic for head of the kneeler, and it was this idea, the name that Arab astronomers gave the star Alpha Hercules was the head of the kneeler. So it's the name of a star, kind of, is what it was all about.
Yeah.
So um, it was described in the research I did as alchemical. Oh my God,
Alchemical.
alchemical. Thank you. Yeah, alchemy, doom metal.
Okay.
And
Like Paul
so
Chain.
kind of, yeah.
Okay,
And these
Hest.
were
Yeah.
guys that loved traditional doom, but they wanted it even slower and to create some kind of incredible atmosphere. I heard it described that if Lycia met skepticism, so like almost like a project band, but
Okay.
like doing like doom metal or something, like weird,
Do you want to hear
So,
my terrible pull quote?
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, what do you
Okay.
got?
I enjoyed this, but I
Okay,
said it
yeah.
sounds like later period battery played through a wall. Like you're
Hmm.
listening to it through a wall,
Oh,
like
like a
hearing like
ethereal battery or something?
like later on battery. I would say like I'm trying to think,
Like
not Octagon
blood on
era, but
ice.
like Blood on Ice, but if somebody's blaring it in the apartment next door.
Yeah. It's interesting.
But
Yeah.
like
So
slow,
like
like
you
at a
hear it
slow
faintly.
speed too. It's
Yeah, you
there's
hear
a
it
lot of
faintly.
Bathoryisms to it to me,
Hmm.
but it
Yeah,
was
I can see it.
interesting. Yeah,
Yep.
I
Lots of
liked it.
different moods. The album I picked up, it's a cool album from start to finish. It's got a kind of cosmic sereneness to it. That's cool.
Yeah.
Parts of me remind parts of me remind myself of like what Tiamat was aiming for at times with a deeper kind of slumber.
I can see
I'm
that.
not saying
Yeah,
they pulled it off, but like there's
yeah.
moments of I like not everything hits on deeper kind of slumber. There are some definite fails, but when
Hmm.
there are things that do hit for me really well, and I kind of find them to be kind of like, okay, I wish they had made more of that rather than like whatever other weird things they were doing on that record. But
Yeah.
um I like deeper kind of slumber, probably maybe not as much as Chris, and definitely more than I think you. I don't think you're
Well,
a
I
huge
went
fan of
back
that.
recently and I've reevaluated a lot of TMAT
Okay.
stuff.
Okay.
And
Do you
there's some
like it
really
now?
good stuff, but there's some
Yeah.
also just like God, like the heights of um the first four records,
Mm-hmm.
and then trying to like because they were experimenting every single record.
Yeah.
But then when you hit deeper, I was just like, some of it's really like what's Cold Seed? Is that the first song?
Yeah.
That song's great,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and there's like there's hints of that of greatness throughout the record, but I feel like they kind of left behind a lot of what really worked in favor of what they wanted to try to do.
I think they forget like the great riffs sometimes too,
Yeah,
and they were such great riff writers. I mean,
yeah,
yeah. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I think a lot of it works, but the things that don't work at all.
yeah. And
So,
like, whatever that hurts is so fucking simple.
oof.
Like they could do such good, simple riffs, but orchestrated beautifully. Clouds, go back and listen to that if people haven't gone back. That record, holy shit, is that good?
Hmm.
And there's so many things like there. I would assume there's a lot of things that they just left out because, like ideas, they kept it. They somehow made it like super streamlined. Like going back to like the scapegoat and like the whole record is sequenced great. Um, they didn't sound like anybody else. For I would say the second, third, fourth record are all kind of like singular, which is kind of crazy. But
I agree. It's like Tiamat was like an island of themselves compared to everybody else in Sweden that seemed to be part of a movement, and
yeah,
they were just Tiamat.
when
They,
Astral Sleep came out,
yeah,
we were just like floored.
yeah,
Like we had that, and then fucking Carcass, and like this sounds nothing like this genre, whatever it is like so weird and unique. Like the stuff we could get out of it is just incredible, man.
sure. The only thing I could say before the whole rest of the Gothenburg thing came out is like maybe Red in the Sky was like reminiscent of like early TM where it was just singular. It was like, oh, okay, this is like weird. Like no one else sounds like
Yeah.
this.
Well, I think early
And
on, I think everything seemed the boundaries weren't set at all of what could
yep,
be, and then like Dark Tranquility and At the Gates, and start coming on. You're like, oh shit, okay, this
Flames.
is
Yeah. Yeah.
it's starting to sound like something. But like, God, early on, man, that like everything had a little bit of its own vibe.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of like a good metaphor for like this episode in a sense because we have globetrotted so much that all of these bands, a lot of them just stood alone and they were kind of just like a flash in the pan moment,
Yeah,
or their second record really didn't age well, or whatever. And it's just because they were trying things, and sometimes they try too many things, as we've said, as a cautionary tale on their later records for a lot of these bands. But when it hit really good, and it was really interesting ideas that they
and
were kind
most
of
of
pulling on
these, yeah, most of my criticisms of stuff is like uh more hypercritical because it's like most of the stuff is interesting, but when you go back to like the stuff that's like genre defining, like where does this land? Like that's usually where
there.
my mind
Yeah, yeah,
goes to some
yeah.
degree.
No, yeah, and that's why most of these bands could never pull off a whole episode because there's just not enough to say because they didn't define any genres. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A few,
Maybe we
had
could
a
do an
bigger.
unholy episode sometime.
Yeah, I mean, I think Unholy and to some extent, I think in my conception of October Tide, it was the idea of bands associated maybe with Catatonia as like a whole, like
Hmm.
not just October Tide, but like a handful of bands that were like offshoots or whatever, side projects. But yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think a whole episode of October Tide would really ever, unless it was a mini episode. But yeah, Unholy definitely could do that. So,
Just
but
because
let's not.
they're fucking weird.
Yeah, they're weird, and they like all four of those records are great from start to finish. There's a lot to mine there, I think,
Yeah.
So, but let's get into it. We've got one more full set here, and then we'll come back and say our goodbyes. But we'll hear from Albert at the very beginning of this. Then we'll hear Unveiled Tears from Ceremonium from the Into the Autumn Shade record from 1995. From 1996, we got Mythological Cold Tower with a song called Slaves in the Imaginary Abyssal Line. And I'm not going to tell you what the name of the album is because it's way too long.
Go look it up. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, and then we've got On Perspective of Spiritual Catharsis from Monumentum from the In Absentia Christi record from 95. Also from 1995 to end the set, we've got The Bride Eternal from Raz Al Gethi's Onacron. Onara. I want to say it like a transformer, Onaricon.
Unicron.
Unicron, Onacron. Yeah, The White Hypnotic from 95. And then we'll hear from Chris at the very end of the set for the final time. with in this last set with an American act, kind of just a random one from New York, Ceremonium, and their Into the Autumn Shade album, which was, I guess, the only record they put out in this decade. I think they had one more in the year 2000, but I don't know much about these guys. I guess being an East Coast guy, did they have any impact or presence, or like were they kind of around you being like kind of a Philly East Coast guy like Ceremonium, or just anything about them that's kind of interesting?
They were brought to my attention by Scott
Okay.
Corbury, and obviously he had some deep Evocan ties too, and they were, Ceremonium was I mean, I think they were New York City, at least
They're
the
NYC.
main,
Yep.
yeah, at
Yep.
least the main guy Thomas. Um, but they eventually went with their second record, they went a little more black metal.
Okay.
Um, but so it's really the first one, it's Into the Autumn Shade, and where that traditional Death Doom style really really hits for them, at least for me. That record, that's the one that I go back to from them.
Yeah.
But as far as, again, as like these bands having any kind of impact at the time, no.
Play shows near you or anything? Because being
Not
from New
near
York
me.
City. Okay.
not
Wow.
not for me. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, like, I like did I don't know if Evoken even ever played outside of New Jersey, when like through the until they got out of the 90s.
That's
Like, it
true.
really was like those opportunities, like, unless I lived in New York City and knew that they were going to be on some bill at some point, that it would just be, you would not have any chances to see these bands. Um, so yeah, no, no, it's like, as far as, again, and I know I don't want to harp too much on this, but it's just like, it's important to just remind people just like how, um just how obscure the whole thing was, and how, like, barely connected it was, like, it was just like it was, the thing that was cool about Evoken was that you knew that they liked the early Paradise Lost and My Dying Bride stuff too. You knew exactly where that was coming from. With stuff like Ceremonium, you didn't even know if that's where that was, like, if that's where their influences to create those sounds were coming from, because, again, it was just like hard to find any info. You were just looking for music, let alone information.
Sure. Sure.
Um, so yeah, it was.
Funny because I think that record, if it came out today, would be huge. And
Yeah.
yet it's like just kind of just some unknown novelty, to us, kind of thing. But yeah, you put that record out in 2024, I think there's like people would rally around something like that. I don't know.
I mean, like, yeah,
So,
like, look at, like, Funeral Each, like, who, a New York City band who I think are fantastic. Their new record rules, and I play it, uh, probably one of my most played records of the year. And that's like, that style is not dissimilar to what Ceremonium was doing.
yep. Yeah, there you go. So, I guess as we start to wrap up this final set that we're gonna be leaving people with, we're kind of getting into a trio of more, I guess, esoteric acts. And we encounter first Brazil's mythological cold towers, or the Sphere of Nebadon, I guess is my
Mhm.
pronunciation record, which has definitely a more epic and, I guess, for lack of better term, mythic kind of style. Um, I mean, they showed up in a Requiem issue when I first met Mark and Chris, but like
Mhm.
outside of that, I never hear them mentioned. Did they? I mean, they're Brazil, so that was probably part of the problem. Like, what's a legacy of a band like that, or like, what are your memories of those guys? Back in the day, like, were you into them, or that sort of stuff? So,
Reading about it in Requiem.
is that where you found them too?
That's
Yeah,
where I first heard
yeah,
about it. And
yeah,
it was just like, okay, got to find this.
yeah.
And that was no easy feat at the time either. But, like, yeah, no, it was weird because it was like, obviously, you think extreme metal in Brazil, you're gonna think Sarcophago and Sepultura.
Mhm.
And what Mythological Cold Towers was doing was, like, it was just cavernous sounding. It was like there was always like this, at least for me, I always associated like extreme Brazilian metal with this like really on the edge, about to kind of fall apart sounds, like of the earliest. Obviously Sepultura became tight as fuck,
Yeah,
but
but like
like,
Volcano and
right,
Sarcophagus. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
just like a,
Sloppy. Yeah,
yeah,
all of it.
where this was like there was,
Like majestic. I mean,
yeah, it
it
was,
truly was majestic. You know,
yeah.
to bring that word back again. But yeah,
And it's like people, obviously like Sepultura leaned into their tribal roots there for a little while, and like, you could almost imagine like like elements of that coming through with mythological Cold Towers, man. Like that 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 first record in particular, that's the one that I kind of go back to. I think that's 95 as well.
yeah, 95, I think.
Oh,
Yep, yep, absolutely. Oh no, 96. Sorry. Yep,
96? Okay.
96. Yeah, very close. But yeah, the I looked on I actually never I think I heard the next one, but
Mm.
that's all I ever heard from them. I didn't really like keep up with that band because this the next one was like good but not great,
It was
if I
kind of
remember right.
boring after, if I, yeah,
Yeah, it was very mid, so
as the kids say, mid.
yeah. And
As my
even on
10-year-old
like
says, mid.
I hang out with high schoolers too much, so yeah, I won't say talk about skibbity toilets or anything or talk about your aura, but like yeah.
I'm familiar with Skippity
What is
Toilet.
your aura right now? Do you have good aura? Has your teenager thrown that at you yet or not?
No, I don't hear anything about
Okay,
Aura.
you're lucky. Just
Yeah.
just be yeah.
Oh,
That's all the kids in middle school. That's it's you know, you lose aura points. You have this aura, you have that. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but I don't know. So, but then again, we had Polly Shore, so who are we to judge, but
wait, when you have bills, your aura changes.
it's true.
When you're a child, you don't
Yes.
have bills. So,
Yeah. My aura is just fucking work. Um and so finally we're wrapping up and we end in Italy. And first with a band that's in a weird way kind of at the center of some of the more interesting things happening with not just Doom, but other movements in the 90s. And that's, Roberto from Momentum, who helped found Avant Garde and Wounded Love, so I guess talk about those labels and why that was like one of those labels where I would almost like buy almost anything on them. There were a couple of labels that were out there in that era that you probably had yourself where you're like, I'll take a chance if it's got this on the back, what was the one that was connected to Spike Farm? Oh gosh, Unanimated was on them.
it
Uh,
wasn't Spine Farm?
was it Spine Farm? What were they before? It wasn't Head Not Found. I'm drawing a blank. I'm just gonna drive me crazy. It'll come to me. But anyways, I guess talk a little bit about the legacy of like Roberto and Avant Garde, and then yeah, I guess what was so weird about these last two Italian doom bands, Momentum and Raz Algathi, who both hailed from Milan, so there was something kind of weird going on
Yeah.
in northern Italy. But yeah, go anywhere you want with that, I
Well, I mean,
suppose. So
yeah, first Roberto Mamarella, Mamarella,
Amarella,
Robert,
yeah, I think.
yeah.
Yep.
Obviously the driving force behind Monumentum, and then Avant-Garde Records, which had, my God, like, obviously they had some early Catatonia, some the best, some of the best Catatonia there was. I'm sorry,
Gray Murder Day.
Grey
You
Murder Day.
say no more for me. Yeah, yeah,
Um, th- they put out the Thurgothon record. They put out
yeah.
they put out Stream from the Heavens. So it's like
So I
right
mean, they're
there.
like at the weird center of some
Yeah,
of this conversation in a weird way.
Unholy. They put out
Yeah.
the early Unholy records. So yeah, it's like, but like the stuff that he did with Monumentum, and then the Ross Algethi stuff, like that. There's that stuff is like where it gets, where people would talk about atmospheric, like that stuff is legitimately atmospheric. There's like that stuff is like, I don't even I don't know where else you put Monumentum, but they kind of just have to go here because there's nothing that's like death or death doom about it, but it's got elements of goth. It's got like elements again, sorry, but like Tom G. Warrior's kind of cleaner stuff. Like
Hmm.
in that
Yeah.
delivery, you can hear it, man. Like that influence is there. Um, and I think with Ross, it's maybe more metallic, especially if you go back to like the there's the one record um from 95 the starts with an O. I can't remember the name of it,
Oh,
but like
Oniricon. Yeah, that's
yes,
we're gonna play the
my
title or
my,
title track from it in
my
White
favorite
Hypnotic.
Transformer. Yes.
Yes, he's
Um
voiced by Orson Welles.
yes.
Yeah, in his drunken years. Yes,
But
Omnicron.
but the demo that they did before that, it's like it's it's fantastic. It's like a heavier version of that album. It's basically like if you death doomed up that album. It's really like
To
I
track
highly
that down.
recommend people
Yeah,
hearing that. It's really good. And that's not to say the album isn't great. The album's fantastic, as is in Absentia Christi, the Monumentum record. But that stuff is just like, yeah, like I said, like weird chanting, almost like sometimes like kind of almost Middle Eastern vibes, like making their way in, and just like atmospheric and just something about it that just like hangs over you as you're listening to it.
it's
Where
like a
like,
neurosis quality to them in a weird
yeah,
way.
I
You
think
know,
you could say that, but there's just something that's just like like kind of what am I this journey that I'm on here. This is like way more intense than just like, okay, here's a band that like really liked Gothic, like this is like we talked about earlier these bands that like took the template and like turned it into something that that didn't happen before, and then the other bands who just like really leaned into the template and refined it.
yeah.
This is an example of the former, not the latter, and like it's definitely some of the more exciting stuff. And this is another one of those records, the in Absentia Christi, where Chris and I have talked about the Hall of Fame on that. But I guess like I think he approached Roberto about it, in fact, and it just I for whatever reason it stalls. Like Roberto is really tough to get to respond to things to begin with.
Yeah.
And Avant-Garde is still active. Like I still get promos. Doesn't the stuff doesn't quite catch me now in the
It's not
way.
the same as it used to be. Yeah.
No, not quite. I mean, I think there's still some stuff that's interesting, but like, yeah, it's been a minute. But
So
that
the label
those
I was thinking of before was No Fashion,
oh, that
where
was
like
farm related.
I thought at one point they merged, or maybe, or was it, or did No Fashion do stuff with Head Not Found? Is that maybe
House
what
of
it was?
Kicks, I think. I think it
How,
was
that
No
was House
Fashion
of
and House of
Kicks.
Kicks.
House of Kicks, yeah. So there was some, but anyways, when I would see like No Fashion for like a couple years there, it was like almost like guaranteed gold. It's like
Right.
Earache in like 89 or 90. You're just like, okay, I'm gonna buy it. It's yeah, an
Yeah, it's a
Earache.
December Souls is No Fashion, right?
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Wasn't the Somberlane No Fashion?
Yep.
I know Ancient God of Evil and some of that stuff too was indeed. But yeah, it's weird with this Italian stuff too. It's like, you look at like Death SS and Paul Chain, who obviously have definitely Doom roots, but there's something like very avant about those bands, and it's like the Italian metal scene is either avant shit or like cheesy power metal. Like there's no like in between. I don't. I lived there for 6 months and I can't fucking figure it out. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
But
Um,
there's something about you mentioned Paul Chain and Death SS. Like that stuff is atmospheric too.
yeah,
Like
that's what I
you
mean.
think
Yeah,
of the Alchemist record, um, Alkahist. Is that how you say it? I can't remember. The one that
Alkahest, the one
Alkahest.
with Lee Dorian on it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
where Lee
yep.
sings like the last four songs on it. But like even like that is super atmospheric to me. And it's like
Made up
um
his own language. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
oh yeah,
Like
like it's all
just
phonetics. Yeah, it's
yeah.
all yeah. Like that's wild, man. And like I don't know, yeah, maybe there is something about the Italian stuff, but like man, but like there aren't bands that really nobody else sounded like Ross Algethi and Monumentum. Like
Oh,
that was it.
yeah. Yep.
I mean,
Yeah.
if I don't know if I mentioned this before, but there's definitely a 4AD element to
Yes, I agree.
to the sound and presentation too.
Yep. Yep, I agree. I think Dead Can Dance and some of those bands had a pretty, I mean, Trial the Bow, who we were talking, who came out of Disembowelment, right? I mean, tons of Dead Can Dance influence there. So, that was obviously of interest to them. And that's maybe where I met, like, when I said, like, there's a Neurosis vibe, because Neurosis would bring in tribal stuff and other weird atmospheric things. They didn't
Right.
sound like Monumentum or anything, but it was, kind of there.
Silence is my perfect partner. In my dirty actions, I remove the past and just the blood from my mind. My gun shape is completely destroyed, and this is the beauty you have formed. The sounds of words and thoughts are nothing but the certainty of all is supposed to be known. The limbo is the dry season of back forth. It bleeds out my dreamy soul, alone and lifeless. Sense colorless caress of life, no pain is concerned. To hell the reborn through my throat. The balance of a perfect mind, and bring the truth of an nonsense to joy. Once I fed my head, now I betray my body. It's all I have. The lies carry an entire existence. The separation from heaven, new day. And God, the misery of me that still kill my spiritual movement, and the suffering desire to be one with infinity has swallowed not only my pride to live, but the indifference will rule in my world. The blindness can get me. The blindness can get me. The blindness can get me. The blind mask can get me.
a band that you think that maybe you saw. I know you just kind of scanned the whole list of some of the things we played, but maybe a band that you really do feel deserves more recognition now, and hoping that people will kind of like discover how brilliant that band was of this kind of death doom scene that was kind of happening.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of bands that that are interesting in your list. I'll start with Avernus, right? Bands from Chicago. They were one of the few doom, sort of traditional doom, not traditional, but like the British style doom death metal bands. And the fact that they were American was like, blew our minds. So that's one of them. Paradigma from Norway, again, along that same line as the Theater of Tragedy, but again, more underground, raw, less pretty, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Officium Trist from Netherlands. That was another band that was just like really. They kept putting out albums, and everyone, if I felt like nobody even remembered like them or even knew that they existed, even though they kept putting out albums. They just put out an album not that long ago,
Really?
um,
Okay.
and
Yeah, I
and
know
they're still
nothing
great.
about them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. But yeah, I mean, and so if you go back to, some of the things that we're doing, like there's also a band called Orphanage, which I don't think is on your talk set.
Oh,
You know,
yeah,
they
yeah.
were
Yep.
they were another Dutch band that kind of had this doom thing, doom groove almost. The Dutch were very groovy, but
On
Officium,
Displeased Records.
they were on Displeased, yeah,
That's right. Yeah, yeah. I remember them.
yeah.
Yep.
I think
Hibernoid.
Officium,
They were another Displeased band. Yeah.
yeah, Hibernate yeah, that's another weird one to
Yeah.
mention.
Yeah.
They were very much like uh the 4AD band somehow disguised as a death metal band. If you
Mm.
go back and listen to those drum patterns, those are very like you could tell he took a lot from Paul Ferguson from Killing Joke. Um, and I remember people were saying like the guy's drums were just like someone's doing drum practice. Well, really, it's this whole concept of the fill that Paul Ferguson did in Killing Joke, and I kind of heard it again in this band called oh God boy, and I'm loving the hell out of them right now, and I forget their name, and I shouldn't. Um, but the Dance Society, right? The drummer Gil Martin. I mean, he's constantly doing fills and crazy stuff and patterns, but it doesn't sound like he's in a groove or anything. But yet it works. So anyway, that's my sideline on Hibernoid. But I definitely recommend checking out The Last Day Begins. That's a really amazing record. Let's see, getting into your other stuff, Russell Gethy, I mean, that's a really weird one to pull out. They kind of had like, I would say, a minor blip in interest for a short period of time. And of course, Monumentum, the ever amazing In Absentia Christi, which is like completely singular to this day.
And we talked about just Roberto's like impact even as somebody running avant-garde and all of the really important records that we love that came out on that record. Yeah, or on that
Hmm.
label.
Sure. Yeah.
So
Catatonia. I mean, yeah.
yeah, yeah. Just start there for Requiem.
Yeah. I mean,
that's a
yeah.
big one.
First
But
Eucharist 7-inch was on, Obscure Plasma, which is pre-avant-garde. So,
yeah, yeah.
um,
So
yeah. But
yeah.
it's interesting. You Monumentum. We try. I remember talking to Albert, and we were totally into putting In Absentia Christi into the Decibel Hall of Fame,
Mhm.
and Roberto was very into the idea. And then, it like as quickly as it became real, it was, a ghost.
Yeah.
Very much like how Monumentum became after In Absentia Christi. Very real, kind of this tangible weirdness, tangible awesomeness, and all of a sudden just, vaporized.
Gone, vaporized. Yeah, well
Yeah,
put, well put. So, all right. Well, thank you once again, Chris. Great insight as always, and I'm sure we'll be hanging out soon. I imagine.
I'm sure we will.
All right. Take care.
Thanks.
That was The Bride Eternal from Raz Al Gethi, On Perspective of Spiritual Catharsis from Monumentum, and then Slaves in the Imaginary Abyssal Line from Mythological Cold Towers. We opened the whole thing up with Unveiled Tears from Ceremonium. Heard from Albert at the beginning of the set, and just heard from Chris a second ago. So thank you, Chris, again, and Albert for your for participating in this and geeking out with us about some stuff that most people don't care about, frankly, which is a lot of
Slaves
these
to the
bands.
abysmal grind. Yes.
Yes, exactly, exactly. And we're gonna end tonight. Well, I guess I'll give some feedback, and then we can kind of bring things
Yeah.
to a close with Mind Rot here for a second. But did get a little bit of feedback on some stuff that was pretty cool. Um, Seth, one of our patrons, kind of commented. He said it been interesting revisiting the late '90s on a few of those tracks from the last episode. God, what a dark time! Reminds me of the hours I spent in Joe Nardone's Gallery of Sound when I was living in Hazleton, Pennsylvania. He said I think Albert may have worked at one of those locations, wandering around like a zombie. All the metal covers around then just look like cheap prizes from a grocery store vending machine or something, and nothing ever looked worth buying. Nashville Pussy seems to jump out in my memory. So
Ugh,
that's
yeah.
that that's what the last episode sort of did. Wade Conrad from Indianapolis, friends with Chris Morrison, who we heard here at the beginning of the whole episode. He said this was a great show. Really appreciated you guys getting into Beyond Dawn. I remember reading in the UK Metal Hammer sometime in 1999 when Electric Sulking Machine came out, and
Love it.
Catatonia had just made Tonight's Decision, and Anathema had just made Judgment. That Beyond Dawn would be the perfect opener on that Dream tour. That got me. So hearing you guys make a similar comparison was pretty awesome. They were such a great and unique band. Also, good info and sampling on that Officium Triste. I liked what I heard and plan to check out more of them. It was a great show as always. So that was cool.
Awesome.
And then Mike Dempsey on Blue Sky got a hold of the episode and said, wow, this brought back some memories. I forgot how good an album like Revelry was, and it's been forever since I listened to Third and the Mortal. Actually, I saw Avernus at Milwaukee Metal Fest in 2000. I remember they were pretty good, but as I notoriously do, I slept on them after the fact. Pretty
Well,
funny.
nothing happened after that either. So
Yeah, I was gonna
that's
say
I
that
think we saw him there as well.
Yep. Yeah, we were there. And then this is one from a relatively new patron, but it's a message he sent to the Patreon site, which I don't check as often or rarely ever. And so I was like, ah, damn. And it's Robin. He signed up, I think, in like late October, early November. But he said, first and foremost, I discovered your podcast about a month ago. And since then, I've been listening to podcasts about Unanimated, Funeral Mist, Searth on Goal, Holy Terror, Wasp. And now I've just embarked on the third episode of the Venom series. The work you're putting into this podcast is remarkable, and one can really tell that you guys are truly passionate about what you're doing, and also that you know what the hell you're talking about. It permeates through, and great job with your interviews in the Venom series. It's a true joy listening to everything, but I think Mantis takes the prize here. Very
Totally.
charismatic, all in all. Just keep on doing what you're doing. It's bloody brilliant. And then he says,
British guy, perhaps.
I think so. Yeah. He says, for a second, since the both of you have the kind of passion and impeccable taste you have in metal, I'd like to send you some music of my own. Oh, okay. So, and I'll share this with you too. If you like it, it says, hails from Södermanland, Sweden.
Oh,
And it's
Sweden.
called
Okay.
Windthrow. Yeah, it's a one-man project. Yeah. So I didn't get a chance to check it out, Robin. So, but I do appreciate that. So yeah, I'll send it to Mark too, and we'll check it out and let you know in future episodes or just in a message or whatever.
Sure.
So yeah, but anyways, that was nice. Just wanted to share a little bit of feedback there. And if people want to get a hold of us or send some feedback, send us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com, or you can send us messages via Facebook, Mark and Jason, or Jason and Mark, or on Blue Sky. We're on Blue Sky now. If you just look up Requiem Metal Podcast.
Is that a Jeff Lynne related outfit?
What's that? Blue Sky? No, it is not. Actually, your Lisa just got on there actually. So with Roots and Sky, so she
Okay.
befriended Requiem Metal Podcast. So we're now
I've been
Blue
off
Sky friends.
Twitter for over 10 years, so I
Yeah,
haven't
this is a
had anything
much
else.
better, far less Nazis floating around Blue Sky. So it's actually a really pleasant place to be right now. So
I'm only
it's
on
not
one
bad.
social media platform at the moment.
Yep. But yeah, you can shoot us messages on, Instagram, on, all of that sort of stuff. And if you would like to support what we do because you're like, hey, these guys are doing this shit for free, that's pretty fucking awesome. Putting some work in, getting interviews, all this sort of setup for you guys. You can become a Patreon supporter and go to patreon.com /Requiem podcast. And you can kind of sign up there. Or if you don't want to get devoted to the monthly sort of thing, and you want to do like a one-time donation on PayPal or something like that, you can contact us and get our PayPal, either Mark or I, and we'll share that with each other.
Sure.
I know some people get nervous about signing up for like a subscription service like Patreon, but it
You can
is
stop at any time, which I have
can
with
you can
multiple
yep.
people that I follow. Yeah.
Absolutely. So we're kind of hoping we actually have some oh, I forgot to screenshot the comment that Andreas made about your Brian Eno comment, so my
Oh,
bad.
it's all right.
I don't have it read.
He was just
It was
saying
something you said in the last
I was
episode.
similar to Bukowski, so no big
Yes.
deal.
Yeah, there it is. It's pretty funny. So but yeah, so we do encourage feedback. We like hearing from the listeners and stuff like that. And yeah. So we're gonna end where we began part one. Back in the States with a band that was heavily pushed
MC5
on
back in the USA.
back in the USA. Yeah. And this is a band that was really heavily pushed on me when I first started hanging with you guys, because I think it was right when Relapse was on a full push of Mind Rot. I remember Chris
It
gave me like a
was
full Subway poster that I had hanging up in my bedroom as a high school kid.
I've got some
Um,
thoughts on this too, yeah, because I'm glad to hear you say that it was pushed like that. Because I I remember it being pushed hard, but I think it kind of ended with a whimper.
well, their second record especially was not really good, so they
Yeah,
didn't really capitalize on anything that they really did on Dawning here.
but also
And
like
one could make
Dawning
the argument
had
that the demos are actually better and heavier. I actually went back and listened to
yeah.
them because I read about that a
So I'm
little.
not sure like what the whole like the signing process was with this band or what their reputation was beforehand.
Yeah,
But I was looking back because when I came into Relapse in '96, and I also had a Subway poster on my wall and plenty of different promo things because they were throwing them out like crazy. And I don't know if this was like if people heard like echoes of Neurosis in this because that was
that's
also a signing
yeah.
like through
I
Silver
mean,
and
they
Blood
were,
came out in '96. But
and
if
these guys
this
were a California crust punk band that morphed into Doom, just like Neurosis. Like
yeah,
I mean, there was kind of like a similar narrative there.
but like also you have if you have two bands based on mental neuroses, I don't know how if those can both be successful.
Sure. Yeah. So you think there was almost like because they were both on Relapse, they almost canceled each other out a little, or
I mean
one kind
that's
of
my
superseded the
my
other?
BS
Yeah.
after the
No,
fact kind of
it's a
like
really interesting theory.
armchair quarterback crap.
Man,
But this
these. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, what were you saying?
no I'm good.
Well, no, I'm kind of curious because I came at this. This is a band I completely was given. I think Chris, when I first started talking to Chris at the record store, he turned me on to Mind Rot, maybe even gave me a promo of some of it. I eventually
Yeah.
bought it. I spent a lot of time listening to this record. Basically kind of by myself or with Grindcore Coon or a couple of other people. And so like I had kind of cycled through this whole record even before I met you. I knew who you were
Yeah.
from Requiem or whatever. So, you being a guy that worked at Relapse, I was always kind of curious like what your thoughts were on Mind Rot, or like I don't know, just
Well,
so I'm curious about hearing that.
this is another one of those bands. This is almost like, like the last it's echoing the last episode, but this is a band that on paper I should love.
Hmm.
And hearing it, I'm just like, it's fine. But it's not like really grabbing me in any kind of major way.
They're weird, man. Well, I have a quote from the guitarist Daniel Kaufman from the Doom Metal Lexicon book, and he says, "We knew each other through the local crust punk scene here in Southern California. I would go see Confrontation, which Matt sang in at the time, and we would talk about starting a heavy band with influences of bands like Candlemass, Trouble, and Amoebics. Back then was the first wave of grind bands, so everyone was starting to play a million miles an hour. We wanted to slow it down and bring the heaviness. So we just took all our punk influences and paired them up with the classic Doom bands, and we just let that morph through the years. When we started, we were more on the crust punk side of the music spectrum. We were just trying to have fun. In the beginning, the lyrics were more political, dealing with animal rights, anti-war, stuff of that nature. When the music started to progress, the lyrical content did as well, more about personal turmoil. But we never set out to have a concept of what we were about. We just wrote what felt we needed to. So, I don't know. I guess that's kind of similar to Neurosis, maybe to some extent. I mean, I think they were
Yeah, I
in a
would think if they
roundabout sort of
kept some
way.
of the more crust elements, I think it would have been more interesting, honestly.
Yeah. Well,
Or like, Amoebics kind of elements with Doom, like could be cool, but there was, I mean, it's not like they're a bad band, but I was
No.
just it didn't like hit me like a lot of other stuff did.
And they also didn't have like a huge, like lingering, lasting impact for as like big as that record was, and it felt big, at least to me. Maybe it felt big in the underground scene.
It was
Like you
publicized a
said,
lot. Yeah.
within like a year or two, it was kind of like gone, you know.
Yeah.
And I think, what I kind of wrote, because we're going to end with Forlorn and in internal isolation here. It's got lots of brutally anguished vocals, pretty great rhythm section,
Hmm.
I mean, I think like on internal isolation, you get some kind of like unsettling Morgian kind of elements too. Yeah, kind of going on.
I mean, the weird thing is they feel like a Morgian band to me. Like
Yeah,
Morgian was another of those bands where you're like, everybody's telling me this is it, man.
yeah.
And
I
I
think
was
I've
like,
come
it's
to
cool,
like
but it's
them
not
maybe
like,
more than you have, but I
yeah.
also don't pull Morgine out very much either. So I like them,
Hmm.
but I don't listen to them a lot.
Yeah,
But I think that's true of a lot of the kind of funeral doom type stuff.
sure.
I don't pull it out. Like I like Evoking a lot, and when I put like some of those records on, I'm like, oh, dude, I should listen to this more. And it just doesn't happen that much for me sometimes.
I feel like Evoken has actually, they've come more to my
They have, yeah,
sensibilities.
yeah, they've kind of moved over that way.
Yeah,
Yep.
so like it's easy for me to go back and listen to old stuff and be like, oh, this is cool, man. Like their last handful of records have been fantastic. Um, and the whole funeral, it's I don't know when that term came into play, um, but that wasn't always a thing, in the 90s. That was probably more of a, you know, revisionist 2000-ish kind of thing. Um, but I think if I would have heard Evoken, I probably heard Evoken 20 years ago, but nothing like, earlier, no, demo stuff or anything like that.
Yeah.
But that whole idea of like funeral doom, like skepticism and some of that stuff, I'm just like, it never clicked with me for whatever reason. And I would love for somebody to try to explain like what it is about that, about funeral doom. It's something that has just never like really grabbed me. And I know a
Yeah.
lot of people absolutely love it.
We need to get Scott Korber. I think he's like the expert,
Yeah.
and he's actually the one that wrote the review for the Unholy record in the Decibel issue. So I forgot to
I'll call him
mention that.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we need to get
Like,
Scott
dude,
Korber on the phone and have him do like a recognition of Funeral Doom and kind of sell it to us because I also have an intellectual appreciation of Funeral Doom,
of
but I don't
course, yeah,
pull it out very much.
yeah.
The thing I think that's interesting about Mind Rot, and this might be the thing that hooked me and maybe unhooked you, is Mind Rot has some elements. There are definitely groove metal elements here. And I think that
Oh,
probably helped a kid like me that was coming from Fear Factory and Machine Head into extreme metal. And it probably was something that either psychologically or even subconsciously you were like, this is maybe not my flavor. And I think it's
yeah,
there. It's inside some of the songs on Dawning. It's very much a 1995, 96, like that transition, Pantera, Machine Head, Fear Fact, that's thing that was kind of happening in
yeah,
metal in a way. Um, so that could be something. That was something I kind of noticed. And
yeah. I feel if they would have thrown some D beat in there, I would have been all over this.
yeah, that might have been more what you were kind of looking for. And there's a couple cool like sick parts where like they speed the songs up temporarily, which I think is cool, but a lot of
Yeah.
it's just sort of there. It's just kind of atmospheric, but
Well, a lot
all
of
I
it,
can say,
it's too similar to other stuff.
yeah,
Like,
probably
because
probably that.
when you do the little intro of like where they came from, it's like that sounds really interesting to me.
Yeah. I
And then
know.
what we got was like it's not bad, but it's just like it doesn't excite me like some stuff does.
Well, I know, but for people who like maybe this stuff, but maybe feel the same way as you that want to go on some deep dives, I do recommend checking out the demos are all on YouTube, and some of the demos have a little bit more fierceness. There's a little bit more gumption there than probably what came out in the finished product on Dawning and the
Yeah.
Forlorn EP. And it's not again, it's a like you said, it's a it's a fine record. It's not terrible. It's good. It's
Yeah.
good for what it is, but it's I certainly spent a lot of late 10th grade playing Tecmo Bowl listening to this fucking record in my room. Like for whatever it's worth, it's fine. I have some memories attached to it, but for a lot of records that like think about the gateway extreme metal records you got into. Like you probably pull those out still.
Oh
This
yeah,
is
most of
one of
them.
the rare records that was a gateway extreme record for me that I never pull out.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that says. It's just it either didn't age well or it's like a moment in time that I don't really care that much about. It doesn't upset me when I listen to it. I was like, oh yeah, I remember this part in Forlorn. This is cool. I dig
Yeah.
this. Yeah, yeah. But it's nothing I want to go back to. I don't know why.
I don't know. I feel like Relapse usually had a pretty good idea of like how to be a little left of center, a little bit more on the punk side of things sometimes.
For sure. Yep.
And then after, signing like Neurosis, that was like holy shit. Like, okay, this is, and then them putting out that record that's kind of
Through Silver. Yeah.
really, it's kind of like it's one of their big gateway records for pulling other people in for sure. Like, they end up touring with Pantera and all this other shit.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, this just didn't, I like everything on paper when you read about Mind Rot, it sounds like, God, that should be awesome. And it's fine, but it's not like, holy shit.
Well, that's our challenge to our listeners then. You guys have to tell us like what is the missing piece of Mind Rat? Or do you folks also feel the same way, especially people who are kind of in our age range who remember that kind of moment of Relapse really pushing this?
Yeah,
Like is are we on to it, or is there like another missing element that maybe we're not picking up on, because they had a moment, but
they
it
did.
just came and went, and that's the weirdest part about them.
And
So
for like a US kind of doom band, there were like so many periphery factions for this. Like um there wasn't much like this in the US. It was mostly European bands that were kind of doing this. So they were at odds on a lot of different levels.
yep. Yep. But yeah, I give them credit. They tried. They took a
Yeah.
swing, and it just didn't last. I mean, maybe if they had made more records after this and like built on this a little bit more, because again, that next record, I remember hearing it and it didn't really do much for me. It just didn't get like much of a push, even from Relapse. It felt like it was like
Yeah.
it had come, the moment had passed, and
I feel like they were doing what European bands are doing. And I think what they should have been doing an Americanized version of what this was. This kind of
yeah,
doom. Like what can we do differently to make this, you know,
maybe they didn't
ours?
stand out enough,
Yeah.
maybe for some people, possibly. Yeah. So
You
you
bring
let us
in
know.
D Beat, man, I think that would have been killer.
Yeah, DB would have been cool. And
When is can you think of another D Beat doom band?
I mean, Winter did it. I feel like Winter was doing kind
Huh?
of what Mind Rot did better.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like, you know,
But like
it's
bring
like
in
if you
like
take,
amoebics weirdness and but
yeah,
still have like, the European doom sensibilities and like that could be really cool. Nobody really did that.
yeah, it's true, true. So. And that's where we're going to end this journey. So it's been a heck of a two-part journey here. And again, thanks again to Albert and Chris for helping us out, and Albert especially for the nucleus of an interesting idea. Because,
Yeah.
this kind of forces Mark and I to kind of turn over some rocks that either we haven't turned over in a long time or that we've never turned over. I mean, I certainly found bands that I didn't know before doing these episodes, and that's
Hmm.
that's always fun because it's
Yeah.
not often that I get excited about buying things from this era that I didn't already know about, so
Well,
that just,
it's a good thing to like just like in today's like streaming world, you can just listen to what you want to all the time. But like, okay, this is what we're talking about this week, so I've got to listen to this stuff that I'm not gonna go out of my way to listen to any other time.
it's fun homework,
Yeah,
like
it's
I'm
great.
forced to learn and recontextualize things and think about things. And,
Yeah.
some things aged well, some things didn't age so well, some things aged about what you would expect them to age. It's kind
Yeah.
of a, mixed bag. But I think overwhelmingly, I think for me, and I know I'm tend to be like a little bit more sunny side up on this stuff. I think I didn't find too much of this that like bothered me that much, and most
No,
of it I kind
I'm
of
a
enjoyed.
Yeah, I'm more of a curmudgeon, and I like to I'm just like blatantly honest with how I feel.
Yeah, no,
You can intellectualize and contextualize stuff in a historical context, I think, more than I can. It
I
comes
like that
down to
you
my
shoot
gut
from the gut,
instinct.
though. Yeah, I
Yeah.
like that you shoot from the gut, though, too. I think it's a good balance for
I
what
think,
we're kind
yeah,
of
for
our
our show, I
approach.
think it works great that if we were both like down the line exactly saying the same thing, like who would want to listen to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
You
Yep.
know, so I think it's great to have, and I want to be challenged. You know, I don't want to just be like, hey, do you
Sure.
want to do another Bolt Thrower podcast? Like, no, there's only so much you can say.
Yep. Yep. Cover your ears, Andreas. You didn't hear that.
No.
So, maybe someday, maybe
Well,
someday.
we did the ultimate one,
Yeah,
but
I know. I know.
we could always go back and do another one.
Who knows?
Another 10
Uh,
years.
no, but I think I always get geeked about the idea of predicting on an episode like this or even part one, like, oh man, I wonder what Mark is gonna like, because like
Yeah.
I can almost like get in your headspace and be like, I could see him liking this part of it, but man, I could see him not liking this part. And who knows? And sometimes you surprise me, and sometimes I'm like, yep, I would have predicted that that would be right up your alley, or that you definitely would not like this thing that's a little fruity,
Yeah.
So, and trust me, some of the fruity stuff doesn't age well for me as well, but
Yeah.
I maybe I have more like tolerance for it, probably from, the living with Chris when I did. There was a lot of fruity stuff going on in 1998. So,
Chris, I mean, I love Chris, but he has a different idea of what he likes, and that's great. And he sticks to it.
well, I
And I
also
think
think
why
like,
we've been friends for so long, because he'll be like, dude, you got to check this out. It's unbelievable. I was like, I don't like it. It's just not my thing. Okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like that's great. Nobody wants to be around people that are exactly lockstep
I think
with their musical taste, you know.
also there's this really interesting kind of lost year or year and a half for you,
Yeah.
and you like left metal at like maybe the perfect year to miss, because there was a lot of compromised listening that I think we were all doing in like late 97 all through 98, because
Yeah.
that was a really low point year for
Oh,
metal.
it was tough.
And so I think because like Chris and I walked through that together, I have like a greater tolerance for some of that stuff because it was all we had
Well,
to get excited
you guys
about.
were also following it as people that were trying to do a magazine.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I was
But
doing it
also
as
like,
somebody who I was
yeah,
still hearing it, but I was not invested.
there was no context
I
for it.
didn't
But
need
also
to
like,
put time into it.
but I think too, it's like, remember when you were a kid and you bought a cassette and you were like, you took the cassette home and you spent your money on it, and then you're like, you didn't really know if you liked the cassette, but you're like, I just spent $9 on this, so I better like it. So I'm gonna figure out how
I
to
got to
like
listen
it.
to it a bunch of times. Yeah,
Yeah,
you give it
that
more
was
of a
sort of like,
chance.
that was what being a metalhead in 98 was like. Like, okay, all right, this is
Yeah.
interesting. So we're gonna have
I
to
mean,
figure out how to like this,
even yeah,
because it's all
before
we
we
got.
could get promos, that's where we're at was,
Yeah.
you get some record, you're like, I don't know if I like this Cadaver record that much
Yep.
compared to, the Carcass record. It's like, okay, well, I better listen to it and see if there's anything. It's like, it's fine. But
I think there
you
was a
gave
lot
it
of
more
like
time.
European melodic death metal that was pretty like perfunctory, but it was like, well, this is
Yeah.
what we got. This is gonna work. Or a lot of Napalm records with naked women on the cover, and it's
Oh,
like, well,
Jesus.
this is what we got.
That
So
made those guys a lot
uh,
of money, and then they could sign Candlemass.
that's it. Yeah, that's
It's a
it. So
Jericho.
yeah. Speaking of Candlemass, they're gonna be touring with Messiah again. I just saw. That's pretty cool.
What?
So yeah, I don't know where or what, but that's supposedly Messiah.
Are they not
They're
doing Johann anymore?
Yeah, I don't know. But they're gonna do some stuff with Messiah. I
I
don't
mean,
know if
I'd
this
love
is
to
gonna
be able
be
to see Messiah again,
for
but I
sure.
was like seeing Johann was unbelievable.
I didn't see either, so I'm
Oh,
kind of still pissed. Yeah, but I mean,
that was one of the
I
best
don't doubt.
Decibel beer and metal fests ever.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Like,
Yeah,
holy
that was.
shit. And there was this fucking guy that I think he was working at the venue, but he
Uh-huh.
looked like Leaf. And I almost
Okay.
walked up to him and was going to talk to him. And I was like, God, I'm so glad I didn't, because this is just some random guy that kind of looked like him.
Dude, I've done that so many metal shows where like
Ugh.
it'll be somebody that is like a Facebook friend of Requiem, and
Yeah.
like they're at like some of the local shows, and I'm like, I think that that's that guy that like sometimes comments on our stuff, but we've never actually met face to face, but we're kind of like metal friends.
Yeah.
And I like I did this once at a show. I think it was at oh, it was the show you didn't go to that Luke went, Violence, and um the band from New Orleans, the thrash band that influenced Pantera.
Oh,
Exhorder.
Exhorder, yeah.
So it was Violence and Exhorder, and it was a good show. But like, I walked up to this guy, and I could have sworn his name was Jim, and I was like, "Hey, hey, Jim?" Blah blah blah. He's like, "No, my name's Bob," and I was like, "All right, I'm gonna go fuck
Jim Bob.
myself. So I'll fucking see ya, dude." I was like,
Yeah.
I swear to God, you look like this guy I thought I knew named Jim," and he's like, "Nope, my name's Bob," and I was like, "Fuck me." So I just don't do it anymore because I
No,
just
I
can't.
don't either.
I can't stand the embarrassment if I fuck that shit up,
Well, I thought
So
about,
unless
yeah,
I'm
just doing like a social media page where I go up and take pictures with people that look like celebrities.
yeah, there you go.
You know, like, hi, John Carpenter, come here, let me take a picture with you.
Yeah, that's funny.
But he's just some random dude that works at a tire store.
So again, once again, we appreciate all your support. You subscribe to us if you haven't. Leave us a comment also on Apple Podcasts if you could. That would be great because we lost a lot of our original comments when we switched feeds over. And yeah, just get the word out. If you think there's people that would dig this that maybe aren't in our sphere, then definitely share this with them and get the word out on some of the cool stuff that we're doing. So we're going to end with Forlorn and Internal Isolation from the Dawning record and Mind Rot from 1995. We'll hear from Albert. Technically one last time, but if you stick around after Internal Isolation, you get a little bonus kind of Albert content that's pretty funny. So just for people that make it all the way through Internal Isolation, there's a little bonus for you there. So Mark, anything else? We good to go?
I think we're good.
Let's fucking send this. So for Requiem Metal Podcast, I'm Jason.
And I'm Art.
And have enjoyed what we've played thus far. Like, who are we missing? Who are maybe a couple of other recommendations of if people are really digging on a lot of this? Are there some other bands that like if we had more time we maybe should have covered or that like kind of tickled your fancy back in the day or I don't know. Just kind of final thoughts, I think.
I mean, you've got Decomposed from England who were kind of around at the time of the Peaceville 3. I think they were like the one of the earliest Candlelight releases, in fact.
Okay, yeah.
But they were maybe a little more death metal than, like they're definitely more death metal than the other Peaceville bands of that era. Um, I don't know, man, because it's like I think so much of it goes back into this idea of the vibe and the atmosphere that I think it like I think it the best the out of all these bands, the best stuff that we played, that atmosphere is something that connects all those bands. And it also moves out of the subgenre into some of the stuff we talked about even earlier, like In the Woods on Leo, where that vibe and that feel just kind of transcends that subgenre and that micro genre, I guess, of extreme music. So it's really the recommendations get tougher and weirder because
Sure.
the umbrella opens super wide. And if he ends up listening to this, he won't be thrilled that I mentioned this, but Scott Corber was actually working on a doom metal book for many years, and one of the things he kind of struggled with was this idea of where that that music starts and stops because of that vibe and where it goes, and like where do you hear it? Sometimes you hear it in death metal. Sometimes you can put on the last 2.5 minutes of Left Hand Path and feel the same stuff that you feel when you're listening to Paradise Lost Gothic,
I mean, Obituary Cause of Death has
Right.
some doom vibes to it,
Totally.
so
So,
yeah.
it's all where you're finding it, and 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 I guess what I would say is like if that stuff moves you, then check out all of this because you're gonna find something in there, and it's
Sure.
gonna it'll lead to other diversions and
Yeah. Because I wrote down like, what do you do with a band like a Lend or like Theater of Tragedy? You know what I mean? Like there were so many like anomaly weird bands that were floating around. I mean, a Lend's on Holy Records, which was its own
Oh yeah, you could probably do a
thing.
whole episode on Holy Records
Yeah,
alone.
I mean, we did like a Greek Death Doom episode where we covered Septic Flash and
Right.
some of those bands, I suppose. But I just some of these bands I
Nightfall.
don't know what to do
Yeah.
with. So
Um,
I guess I purposely didn't play Theater Tragedy so that I didn't have to torture Mark. Because
you'd be
it's
torturing me
yeah,
also.
exactly.
I'm
I
not.
was
I'm
like, I
not.
don't even know. None of us really fly a flag for this band, so like, why bother? But yeah, it is kind of an interesting thing. Did you ever check out those Doom Lexicon books that got published?
Yeah, I have both of them. The first one was kind of more kind of
Traditional Doom.
general
Yeah,
traditional stuff, and then the second one, um,
a handful of the bands we covered are definitely in that one, in that second one.
who's not in that one? Evo
Somebody big that I
Evoking.
was looking for was surprised. Tell me who, and was it Sadness?
Evoking.
Oh yeah, they fucking aren't. You're right.
Yeah, I was mad.
That's so weird.
I felt like I was like I can't get mad at this. I can't be
Yeah.
mad. I won't allow myself to be angry about this, but I was angry. I couldn't help it. Sorry.
Well, there were a handful of these other bands, and like to me, that's the perfect book. As I'm like kind of looking, scrolling through this a little bit, that's the book where you put almost everything we covered here, even if it's just a short little blurb. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
I'm sure.
it's
I'm sure most of those things are in there. Honestly, like
yeah, I know.
I haven't referenced it in a long time, and that dude, like, you don't write those books unless you're insanely passionate about that
Sure,
stuff.
sure.
So
I'm
like
sure he's kicking himself for forgetting Evoken right now too. He's
maybe.
like, "Fuck," I'll send him this episode and just to piss him off, and he'll not. Well, Albert, as always, we appreciate you helping, be the nucleus of this episode, or at least the germination of the idea to get the ball rolling, and it's fun, and we appreciate all your insights and thanks for joining us and being a guest on all this.
Of course, I mean, you guys do all the work. I just mentioned some records that sound the same that are good. You
Yeah,
guys
yeah,
do.
well, yeah. I know you plugged it at the beginning, but anything else to plug in terms of like people are interested in getting more, metal knowledge and stuff that recommendations or things that Decibel's offering?
No, I mean, we're just doing our thing. Decibelmagazine.com. You can buy a bunch of books we've made, a bunch of records we've put out, a bunch of magazines, whatever you want.
Subscription. It's
Come
cheap. It's
hang out.
super affordable, man. And it
Yeah,
comes to your house every month. It's fucking
it
great. I love
does.
it.
You never have to. That's what you want, right? You don't want to
Yeah.
leave your house,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly. It's in my mailbox. I
Weird
mean,
out there.
sometimes they fold it a little too much, but fuck it. I unfold it. But okay, awesome. Well, we really appreciate you joining us. This has been fun. So
Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me, man.
gonna be. Cast out in my remains from around your life. I'm not gonna be surprise alive. I'm not gonna be time again, wondering when does it end? Still another time of one time again. So many days lost in the apathy. So many times not lost one time again. Shattered in my solitude of pain, a fucking brain shattered and now forlorn. For Lord.
Please help me. God, I'm lost.
Was
Real
that?
quick.
I felt. Dude, I'm sorry. I felt like I didn't like. Did you?
No, dude, that was
Did,
awesome.
all right.
Yeah,
Because
I
like
think people.
there were definitely some bands where I was just like, man, I don't know what the fuck to say about this
I
band.
know, I
Like,
know. Well, that's why I wrote down a couple of questions where I was like, "Fuck, I don't know anything about this band. Maybe Albert knows something about these guys." I was like a stab in the dark. So I think this is one of those obscure episodes where like we're just playing stuff that's fun, and some of these bands matter more than others, and who cares? You know what I mean?
right. And
Like,
it's like I don't think that it's like I don't think people are gonna want to like know the history of
oh,
the
I don't need.
zoological cold towers.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
like
I think that's yeah.
here's it should just be like, here's this band that was doing this and they were from Brazil. Here it is.
There it is.